Okay.
I have that same
So,
sweater in black.
last time, you guys were still exploring the mine of Whetstone. You made it to this portion of the mine and ended up having another battle with these creatures, and that's where we pick up. What do you guys want to do?
Live.
I will give a little bit more of a review, but I just want to get us going here with where we were.
Okay.
You guys just finished these creatures off. Battle seems to have ceased.
Seems to. Keywords. Seems to. That could be totally an
And you guys have basically explored most of this area. Why is this upside down? Of course the light is reflecting off it really bad. But then you guys are up in this area. Last week you were here and explored that. You were up in this area up here, which is where the lair was that you battled the foreman in, and then ended up coming down to here, investigating this area, and then going up, and then ended up here.
Just so you know, if you're gesturing to stuff on the map,
Yeah,
I can
you can't see very
barely
well.
see, and Kevin will not be able to really see very well.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it, but
Kind of, sort of. I wasn't sure if you could see over the
You'll have
wooden
eye strain.
boundary.
Well, I might as well just take this down then.
I mean, we all know
'cause,
that
like,
I can see anything from far away.
So, you guys were up here, which is where the
Those
lair
icons.
was.
okay,
And you came down into this big central area
Right.
here, and then you made your way up to here, which is where you fought those creatures last time,
Mhm.
We get to name the creatures?
if you want to.
In his memoirs,
Did
did
they
he
have
actually
a
have a
name,
name for his monstrosities that he put the glimmer in?
He referred to them as Tragoon. It was a mixture of
Gonna spell that?
Tragun.
Oh, it makes phonetic
Tragoon.
sense. I'm happy. Yes.
Which of you guys knows any Elvish at all?
I do.
What type of Elvish do you know?
I know High Elvish and Solaren.
Alright. You would know from this that it is a High Elvish, there seems to be High Elvish roots to this, that seem to have a mixture of troll and human, or troll folk, as it were.
Okay, I also know Orc, if that helps
Marie?
them.
That was Trogone.
And I have the non-magic
Now this
ability,
is-
linguist.
Yeah, this is more High Elven roots
A.
than
Oh,
anything.
Yep.
What is this on?
TRA.
This is the
G,
creatures that you
You.
have been finding throughout the mine, and your dad asked if the foreman happened to name the creatures in his notes.
His
Okay.
monstrosity.
And what is it that he named it?
Tragoon.
T-R-A-G.
Can one of you say it clearly?
Tragoon. T-R-A-G-U-N. Tragoon. Rhymes with dragoon.
Gotcha.
I
Thank
say
you.
Tragun.
Are you not hearing all of us, or?
Sound might be weird.
When like 2 or 3 of you said it at the same time, I wasn't sure what it
You
was.
ran over.
That's all.
Okay.
It should hurt.
Okay.
Let the one who teach phonics enunciate the word.
Not Washington, Pittsburgh, it's different.
They do have a name.
We did a chance.
Yeah, I specifically would write footnotes so I would remember the type of creature this is, so that way in future reference I'll know what it made, the glimmer stuff, with the
Mhm.
procedure. So I'll know this in the future.
Okay. And where do you guys want to go? You have back the way you came, or
The fact that
There
there
is
is a
a-
section covering the map tells us there's more.
well, I mean,
But wait.
that's the fog of war, so to speak.
There's fog in his mind.
We part the fog.
How many are the captive
We
people still
in
like
its general.
So
out
thick
of
we
it,
could shovel
or
it
they,
out.
like, more so-
Yeah, you guys left them back at the lair or
Well,
whatever.
we left them in cages.
You left them in the cages because you wanted to make sure that the rest of the mine was safe before letting them out, and
Yeah, we're not done doing
Right.
it.
Okay.
so
We now know the rest of the mine is not safe. Don't know if that's a spoiler for anybody. But it's not safe.
Is there anything that we need to say to some of the like resistance people
Yeah,
in any way that we should do maybe now so they're ready by the time we get out of the mine?
yeah. The name of the Marie, you have your character has the name of the head lady that was in charge of the resistance to let them know that their townspeople were abducted to make these creatures.
Well, she's not in charge of the resistance, but she's part of it.
She has
Yeah.
right major connection.
Yeah.
You were in
Sorry.
Right. I
Yeah.
think that now that we kind of killed somebody, yeah, stuff's gonna start moving kind of quickly.
There's gonna be a void.
In the next hour or two, if he doesn't check in or something. So the resistance people should be kind of ready to roll, and we should let them know. Does that sound right to anybody else?
Makes sense.
Derek will speak up and say,
He speaks.
it
The rock speaks.
It's not a bad idea. We definitely need to let them know what's going on, but at the same time, via what we've seen in his diary, seems like he was kind of at odds with the other two at the
Correct.
same time. So they may not have as tight of a leash on him.
Turn them against him or anything. I was just saying, hey, things are gonna start happening.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Because
yeah, they need
we're
to know
kinda-
what's going
we kinda
on, be
got in
prepared.
like an eerie week. So
Yeah.
It might be more of a motivator to help them solidify why they're.
we've already
preparing
taken
this.
out one of these dudes. We're moving things.
Yes, so they can see there's progress, and it would be a motivator, and
Yeah.
also,
And we know where the missing miners
part
are
of the
gone.
puzzle they know would be
There are
taken out.
repercussions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we know where the missing miners have gone too. That's
Yeah.
something that they didn't know
They
about.
didn't know. Correct.
We know now.
Right.
We don't know of a way to save them.
Yeah, we already killed a handful of the missing people.
There doesn't seem to be a way to redeem the glimmer out of them. But
It seems total.
yeah. It's a complete corruption.
Yeah. That's true. That was a good corruption. Was a good.
Like The Last of Us. A total shred.
Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got you.
Oh, that's nice. It's nice to be gotten.
I'm here for you.
Oh.
Okay.
So I don't know any of the resistance people. I just heard about them.
You guys,
do you-
well, you guys technically have met one, even though the rest of the group doesn't know it. Only Derek and Kara know.
Yeah.
'cause
Well, I've met
I don't-
more than
I don't
one.
know,
Because you
anybody
guys met
from-
Soren on the way in.
Yeah. But we do know there's connections.
Yeah.
They know particulars. We don't.
But I don't think he'd be very helpful.
No, he was in charge of, like, he was the
Yeah.
spokesperson of the miners.
He's where he's at. He doesn't talk to anyone else. So.
Yeah. They don't know about Oren.
Can
I mean, not
Can you
Oren,
tell
Omar.
me who I should tell to get everyone else the information? That
Because she has a sending stone.
I say Omar.
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 Omar. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do
Arm-
I have to know
Yes.
Or,
Yep.
Do they know
the stone's
Sophie?
not tunable, is that correct? The
What?
stone just kind of works.
It's not attunable. You don't need to be.
Yeah, you
attune.
don't have to be bonded to it.
Okay, I'll just give it to Kara, and
Okey
Kara
doke.
can do it.
I got the rock. Okay.
She gets a bonus of 5 minutes.
I got the rock. Okay. Yes, I has the rock. Yes,
You
twig
might-
finger.
I was because time is kind of restrained with the sending stone.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you might want to rehearse or write down a little choreography before you start the conversation, so that way your point can be precise and quick before he
Forsooth.
responds with a couple,
Yeah, you have like 1 minute for each charge.
because he might burn
So-
time that you don't know about.
Everybody can tell me something that they think I should tell him.
Okay.
Okay. We want to talk about the Dragoon and that they are the missing miners.
Made from the guy, what's his name? The taskmaster. What's his name?
Foreman.
The foreman. Close enough.
Yeah.
That we killed.
Created- yeah.
That we looted. No, we don't have to put that part.
Loot his vest. Loot everything.
By the
Loot his body.
late great, the now late great, thanks to us, Foreman.
Yes, there's
So we want to talk about the Dragoon. Do we want to talk about the Glimmer?
no,
No, we're not going to mention the Glimmer.
no. That's something that's just over their head. They don't need to know.
For
Yeah.
another.
Just the idea of saying they change them into something is sufficient enough.
Yes. Do we want to mention that we have whiffed out the previous foreman?
Yes.
Okay. Not just he happens to be. What?
Someone's locked out?
What?
She's locked out.
Taken out of the
Hey, we'll let you in.
Come on. Unless she doesn't want to, I don't know.
Unless she's trying to.
It might be just
It's
funny.
funny if she would have broke the glass.
Oh, her dad's good for her.
We can kind of agree as a group who our next like direct target is. Which I think should be the wizard man.
Oh, wait,
Um,
They're trying to
Okay.
contact.
Just mention that we have like something that we're planning on doing next
Yeah.
to make
Okay.
sure that the repercussions of what we've already done aren't as severe.
Okay, we have a next. There's a contingency in place.
Okay. And we were thinking
Yeah,
possibly
like,
the wizard.
Like, we didn't just make trouble and then we're leaving you to dry, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not going to leave you to clean up the mess.
Or an open concept that we might be able to lift the veil from Kara's mom and dad's mind.
Yeah, we
Unfog
also
their
have
brains.
we have a potential lead on how to restore the Lord and Lady to their
And by doing so,
state.
might get their blessings and suggestions how to uproot what's been going on.
Yeah, could lead to them supporting the resistance.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Including the butler. He's one cool guy.
Yes.
Jeeves? What was
It
his
started
name?
with an H. Harlem or something like that.
Harlan?
No, that was
Harlan?
the
Harlan
other.
goes Harlan.
I thought that was the one from the other town.
Brum, 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 brum.
No.
He was the guy who was deeply distressed from his taking Kara as a child.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he talks just like that. Oh, your friend was Sophie.
Arlen.
Arlen.
Soft.
Harlan with an
Sophie,
H
yeah.
is the butler.
Harlan.
Sophie
Yeah,
is
Harlan.
my pal from the past. Okay. All right. I think I have everything I need then. Okay. I think that's enough to jam into a message and still give him time to
Rebuttal? Hopefully
give a
not rebuttal,
blurb.
but yeah.
Give us a blurb
Response.
back.
Okay.
Okay. How do I use this hunk of rock?
You hold on to the rock, you visualize who you want to send the message to, and then you start talking.
Okay.
talking to Sneeze Man.
The boogeyman? No. Okay. All right. I visualize Omar. And I contact Omar. He picks up. No. He picks up.
Okay, so you hold the rock and
So
you're
yeah,
standing there and you start concentrating on the person, Omar, and you feel your consciousness connect with his, and you say,
Hello, Omar. This is Kara. I would like to update you on what the party has discovered within the mines of Whetstone. We have journeyed far deep into the mines of Whetstone. We have found a specific type of creature called Tragoon, and they were created by the previous late great foreman of the mine, who is no longer with us in any way, shape, or form, Gilius. We are continuing to investigate throughout the mine. We do have an idea of what we will be doing next, just to make sure that the waves that we create are not too great. We definitely want to look into the wizard, and we do think that there is hope for unclouding the Lord and the Lady's mental state, at which point we think we would be able to persuade them to support the resistance along with certain members of their household. What say you?
Kara, it's good to hear from you. These are interesting findings that you're reporting to me. I mean, it's good to know that we found out what was going on in the mine, although it doesn't really make sense of why the current occupancy would be hurting themselves when it comes to mining the mine. After all, I mean, the foreman is part of this occupancy group, so why would he be doing that? But that's another question for another time. We need to meet and discuss what we need to do next. Is your group going to be available tonight, maybe, to discuss courses of action that we can do from
It's too long.
from this point, or?
Will we? If we're going deeper into the mine, we might not be able to get out.
We're not done in the mines yet. We have to finish that out. We see how that.
How about tomorrow night?
Or probably, yeah. I wouldn't wait that long. I mean, tonight's even
Tomorrow
stretching
morning.
it, but
Let's see about tonight. If not, we'll tell them.
We'll try to make it tonight, but we are still investigating in the mine.
and make sure you talk to Soren. The miners might be able to help to actually maybe mitigate the knowledge and be able to make it so that this isn't figured out as quickly. They might be able to keep it low key. But
Okay.
Make sure you talk to Soren and see if there's anything that can be done on that end.
Will do.
We get a Loki. Upgrade.
All right, just keep me updated.
Will do.
Mondu.
Okay.
Fondue.
And how many charges do you guys have left on that? Or is this the first time?
First time today.
Okay.
As
I
soon
think
as
it's
you
the
said,
first time today.
So we have
Yeah.
4 left.
Okay.
as soon as you said charges, my brain immediately said dynamite.
I hope not. I don't hear.
How many sticks of dynamite do you have? Well,
Let me
we've
tell
only
ya.
used one so far
Oh,
today.
well,
We have
no.
3 more to go.
Okay. I had a conversation with Omar.
So Omar, I don't think knew about a wizard. I think he doesn't know that the clergy
No,
posting as
no, you guys haven't
no.
like
So
related
he
any of that.
doesn't even know who a wizard is.
That's okay. That means we can't ask too many questions.
He knew that he probably had only a little bit of time, so that's why
I
he
guess
said
you go
about
with that. Way?
That's why he said that's interesting findings, and that's more of why he wants to actually meet to discuss
There will be things.
Yeah.
things.
Mhm.
He's not, and Omar's not a businessman.
No.
I could tell.
But he is the previous captain of the
No,
guard.
he was
so.
part of the guard,
Oh,
Yeah, he wasn't at the hierarchy.
but he took
But-
Which makes sense.
leadership of
Leadership
it whenever
after.
they.
yeah,
Yeah,
pushed all
and that's
of them
why
out.
they got what they got.
yeah. The point is, he's in
We
leadership
can-
now.
Field promotions don't even, they don't, not everyone should be in the field promotion.
Good job.
Okay, but he is what he is. Okay, Mr. Omar.
Next.
Written down. Okay, we went through the corridor. You don't have the picture where we are.
Big one?
Yeah.
It's underneath this.
Oh, well.
You guys came up through here,
Correct,
and you have it turns and goes this way.
correct. When we left the
Big square room.
yeah,
With a
there was
bunch
the
of
other
abandoned-
access way that we recognized that went, and it seemed like the direction that we came from before. So, in my mind, anything going that direction is probably going to lead to the same area. When we walked through, where I figured out where the fur of the night dwell was, ish, the material in the middle, you said was refined.
No, this is unrefined.
It's
It's
unrefined.
all just unrefined ore.
It's not
Chunks
cleaned
of it.
off.
Correct.
Oh, I thought it was cleaned off.
No.
Okay, so it's still in its raw state
Mhm.
with chunks of stone and all that stuff on it.
Yep.
So someone's buying this at the discount price, the not refined price, that's taking it here.
If at all.
So, well, they're taking it.
Yeah.
That's not.
And not just by little bits either. 'Cause you
Right,
got
right,
cart
right,
tracks.
right. I mean, I would hate to think that we could do a stakeout and wait for Joe Schmo to come back and then ambush or see who's what, because it's only a matter of time. We don't have any logbooks of transactions about this stuff,
Correct.
and it was an honest person. No logbooks of,
Correct.
and there wasn't on the desk where we were going through his stuff, where his memoirs for making with the glimmer and stuff. There was no book of a log. So,
I have a question.
yeah,
Did he have any keys? Like the one to his office?
There were keys on him. I'm not sure what you mean to keys to the office. You mean the yeah. He did have a set of keys on him. I understand what you mean by the office now.
At one moment? Yes. No, you don't mean on people.
yeah, he has the keys to everything all the way to the top.
Yeah, he does have keys
Yeah.
on him. He had keys on him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can go back there and see if there's log stuff in there. Yeah.
No.
I would like to go back to that one little room that I crawled into, a small room where people look like, yeah, and see if there's more things in there.
Good.
Okay. Do you want to backtrack or?
No, we'll just finish out the rest of the hallway that we haven't been in yet.
Okay. And so as you guys make your way down through here, you find another little alcove that seems to head into the side
Okay.
as well.
Okay, we just left the big room and where we fought, and down this hallway corridor of a cave mine structure. On the left, there's a dugout spur that's to the left. How wide is that, and how big?
It's
are
about as
people?
big as the other one.
Oh, so
It's very small.
medium would really have
Medium
to-
would be.
scrunching.
Yep.
Okay, and I'd be able to walk through it.
You'd be able to get through.
Yeah,
rather
much easier.
easily.
Okay. So does anyone want to go in with me that's medium sized? Oh, Carter's not here to answer. We just fought in a room that was just after
Give
where.
me a second.
Great.
I
Can
will.
you point to it
I-
on the map, please?
Give me a second. I'm trying to find my laser pointers here, but I don't know where they ended up at.
Okay.
You guys were up here,
This is mine.
and you traveled down this way, and now you're here, and there's a little alcove that goes in here.
Okay. I mean, if you really want someone to go down there, I'll go down there.
Yeah, I mean, I will. I just didn't know if we'd team up.
Use the buddy system.
But the ranger isn't at the table at the moment.
Okay, fine, I'll go with you.
She's eating a child outside or something.
Alright, fine, I'll go down.
Hansel and Gretel.
Getting a shot.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well.
Welcome to Tabernacle Baptist Church.
Yes.
So you guys make your way down this little corridor here, and you run into. Of course, it's dark,
Yeah.
and there's no light in here,
That's right.
so you're seeing in grayscale basically.
Yeah.
You come up to a
You have your headlamp on.
wall of.
Yeah,
All right.
I lost my sheet.
All right. She's gonna continue to use her headlamp.
Okay. You come up to another wall of stone, like mismatched rubble almost.
Yeah. I will see if it's transparent like the other stuff.
No, it's you touch it and it's solid. I mean, it's actual material.
Okay.
Your hand doesn't phase.
If I look at the top, does it look like there used to be a structured?
It doesn't. It looks like stuff was packed here to cover a hole. of
Okay.
some sort.
All right. So it looks like Sybil, we could excavate this a little bit and see what it reveals.
Okay,
Oh, you want to do a strength check, don't you?
sure does.
Sure
Sure did.
Yep, for do.
Hey, how about I'll throw a rock down and you catch it?
Okay.
Oh dear.
I'll find a big rock and I'll do a check to pick it up. It didn't budge. Maybe I need to use leverage. I'll use my 3/4 staff and pry it loose. Right on the button. Yeah.
Okay. It takes you guys a little bit, but you're able to push this out of the way to the point where you can squeeze through, and then you're on the other side and you start pulling stuff away to be able to make room for Sybil to come through. And it opens up into another small chamber. As you look around, there's mismatched tools and things that are here, picks, shovels, and there are 2 bodies in here as well.
Does it look like it was packed from the outside?
No, it looks like it was packed from this side.
Okay, so the rubble was that direction, not this way. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so it looks like someone was barricading themselves. How long does it look like they've been here? Decomposed.
A while. Well, I mean,
Skeletal?
no. I mean,
Mummy?
it's about the same as the other area that you found down here. It's relatively around the same.
Couple weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, so they look like miners that were trying to protect themselves from possibly these creatures. They have name tags?
No.
But they're not scratched up or anything.
As you look at them and inspect them, there are some wounds on them. Some of them look a little bit more
Than others.
severe.
Do they look more like they probably died from starvation
Yeah.
than their wounds?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, okay. That's pretty much what. Okay, all guys?
Yes.
Humans?
There's one human and there's one dwarf actually.
This is a shame. And these are just general tools, there's no desk or anything in here?
Correct. Just tools, some rope.
Okay, you have your sword. You can only use that once a day, right? For
For what?
reveal empowered items and stuff.
Yeah.
And you already did that today.
Yeah.
Hey, can you make that flame up?
Excuse them, Mom.
Like bless?
No.
No?
Maria, is this your
No.
tomatoes and
Chopped up?
chips over here? Is that yours? Or?
No, all my stuff's in the fridge. Yeah.
Well, you can have it, Pastor.
Partake.
You mean Marie's stuff?
Yeah, there you
Mine's safe behind me.
go. Okay. All right, well, I guess that's all that we can find in here then.
Mhm.
Um,
Check for like.
well, we
Is
could,
there anything on the bodies other than their clothes?
Yeah, you can look through them, and
Yeah.
you just find little bits and baubles in there, like little toys. In one of them, you find a little toy, like a little wooden carving type
It's
deal.
a fidget spinner.
There's another one that has a portrait, like a drawn portrait,
This is
folded
their-
up in their pocket.
their personal memorabilia stuff.
Yeah.
Turn this off.
Yep, we'll turn it off whenever we
Yeah, when we
Doors
leave.
open whenever you're done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that one too.
Yeah, the other
Okay.
side. Yep, thank you. I don't want to use this. Reveal empowerment. Because I might
I
need,
doubt there'd be anything in here.
I know, I'm curious.
Why?
I've been hanging around Raymond too much. Curiosity kills the cat.
Meow.
Yeah. Okay, I'll walk around and look for any secret passages.
Okay. You look around this room, and it's pretty solid. It looks like,
Just like me.
looking at the walls and whatnot, it looks like they used the picks in here
Mhm.
to chip bits and pieces away as much as they could to actually barricade the entrance and whatnot.
Right.
But you don't find any like hidden
Okay.
alcoves or.
They were desperate. They felt trapped, and so they tried to stop the only direction they knew they were coming from. Okay. All right, so well, I guess that's it from here then. 3? There were 3 bodies?
Okay.
2 in this one.
2. One human and one dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go back to the
in the
group.
other one as well.
Yeah. Let's go back to the group if they're still out there.
Yeah, okay.
So
I
you
didn't
guys
hear
make
you
your
scream.
way back out, and you are now in this area.
All right. I guess we'll just keep going that direction.
All right, you make your way along through the curves and whatnot, and you come into a area that looks relatively familiar with multiple intersections, which looks familiar from when you guys first entered the mine, or this section of the mine, anyway.
Okay. I wanted to re-enter that first section that I saw that was small, similar to this.
Over here.
Just for a minute and then come back because we need to get going.
Okay.
So someone can guard that spot for me while I go in.
Okay, so you go back in there.
Mhm.
Bodies are still there. Everything's as it was.
Okay. And there's 2.
2 human.
Okay. And does this look like it was a little alcove similar to the other one?
Yep.
Okay, I'll look around for possible, maybe someone tried to hide something under a rock to protect it.
One of the bodies, is just kind of like slumped up against the wall, and you can see that there's actually a piece of parchment in their fingers sticking out. The other one is just laying completely on their back on the other side of it.
Snow angel. Okay. I'll peek at the parchment. I won't touch it. I'll just look around and look at it.
It looks like a musty piece of paper, but there are splotches on it.
Oh man, the guy drools when he sleeps. Okay. Do I see any written anything? That's
It looks like there's something written on it, but it looks like it's folded and that it is being held like in between his fingers.
But I don't see any individual words like the.
No, you
A.
can't. You can't read it at this point.
It's folded.
It's folded.
in on the text.
Yeah.
Oh, the
And
text is on the inside.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Yeah, that was good. I thought it was just, yeah. So it's only written on one side,
Yes.
and the marker didn't bleed through.
Correct.
Well, then I guess I'll pull it out of his hand.
Okay.
He doesn't
pull
jump
it
or
out.
anything. That scary moment.
There's a message written in common.
Oh man, I should have learned that.
And it says, "I love you, my dear Safi. Be strong, love." And then you see a D, and then it kind of just
Derek. Okay.
just kind of trails off. And the little
No one dictates like that. Okay. All right. Well, it's a memento. I'll take it with me.
Okay.
Because maybe someone would know this, and that would help spark a little bit of emphasis that these people were truly part of the group of the town, and they need their justice because of this. Okay, sure. And also prove that we went in there and these people were there. Okay. Yeah, that's different than taking toys outside. Okay, I'll take the note.
Okay.
And then,
And
Go
you also
back.
notice with this note that there are multiple places on the paper where you actually can see like smudges and like almost like fingerprints on it.
is there a writing utensil next to him?
No.
But he was writing. Can I look around to see if there's, it
Yeah.
was it a quill pen?
No, it's large. It's not fine like
A
a
writing.
quill would be.
Was it written out of charcoal or what?
It's dark in here, so you can't see colors. It's just grayscale. You can make out the words.
Well, I mean, fat-wise, does it look like a big Crayola? You said it's not fine like a pen.
Yeah, it's not fine. It's larger, like
Calligraphy.
almost like a marker, a little bit larger.
Okay, I'll use
Like
my,
he wrote it with his finger.
Possibly.
like blood, I'm gonna use my double-headed warhammer that's blessed and make it glow.
Okay. Okay. Looking at this, the writing on it's red, and the fingerprints and smudges are all red.
So you wrote it in blood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Well, we
looking
didn't have
at,
hepatitis.
if you hold the hammer down, you can see multiple lacerations on him.
Okay,
All over his body. Looks like he was definitely in a struggle of some sort.
right. Do I see anything glimmer or glow when I do that, like sparkle? No. Okay.
No jewelry or anything.
Alright. Okay, well,
Or
so,
you would see, yes, you would see a sparkle on his left hand.
he's married.
Yeah.
Twinkle, twinkle.
Okay,
Sorry, that just
yeah.
was like, that would make sense. Sure.
It would, it makes sense not to take it. Okay, I mean, I could sort of give it to his loved one. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take his ring and leave it with the note with me, and then I'll, if the loved one is there, then they can retrieve that. Okay, the wedding band. Okay, I'll go back where civil is and then we'll leave.
Okay. So you go back to the intersection back here.
Which intersection?
You're right here in this intersection.
Okay, wedding band, 'Wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Okay, wedding band, love note to wife in blood. Was he a dwarf?
Human.
Human or humanoid?
Human. Okay, yeah. Human. Okay. All right then. I guess we'll go back up where we originally came from, and then go to his office. So that way we can use keys.
Jingle, jingle.
So you're going back to the lair then?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going back over here. There are still people in cages, and you grab the keys.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, anything we think of him that's important, we would take with us.
Okay. I mean, you guys already took care of the items that he had on him.
Right.
His journal and everything that he had on him.
And his enchanted items he was using.
Yeah, you guys broke that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his journal and stuff, I'll put it in my backpack of holding.
Yeah, you guys already have that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's there. Those bands that stop empowerments,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make sure the one for fear and sleep and all of them are connected so they're active.
Okay.
The only one that will not be active is the one against companion.
Okay.
Can you remind me what those do individually?
One of them prevents companions from being brought to the battlefield within a certain
Right.
radius.
40 feet.
Okay.
Well, you guys haven't tested that out.
Well, that was how far it was away from.
Ish, but
Yeah.
it could be bigger.
Well, that's when it happened to
It
me.
could be bigger.
Okay.
You don't know.
All right.
Okay.
Because you haven't tested it.
Okay.
Field test right there. Okay.
You know it works at least to 40 feet.
At least.
The other one was against any fear-based enchantments or blessings, whether it be invoke fear or reduce fear.
That was the third one.
And then there was another one that prevented
Order, charm,
anything
sleep,
that
hypnosis.
was related to like order, sleep, charm, hypnosis, things like that from being used.
Party camaraderie.
So, band 1 just companions.
Mm-hmm.
Band 2 just fear.
Mm-hmm.
And then band 3 does order, sleep, charm, and hypnosis.
Correct. Even though my 3 and 2 are switched from you, but it's
Is
fine.
that correct?
Yeah.
Which one does sleep, charm, and hypnosis?
Band 3.
Or number 2.
Yeah, I'll switch it to 2 just so we have the same ones.
Okay. Continuity.
Okay.
As far as we know, it's 40
maybe we
feet.
should kind of split up a little bit.
So it's not all on one
Yeah.
person?
Yeah, just so we can have a greater range of things going on, maybe. Like if you put the fear one on like Raylog or something. Like he clipped it to his belt or something.
Yeah, but if he gets charmed, then no one can make him run away.
Because he's special.
That's what saved us last time. We made him run away, and then he finally came back. So they wouldn't hurt
Yeah,
anyone.
we also had the problem before where he wasn't charmed, he was simply afraid and ran away for the whole fight.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag with that nice fellow.
So I feel like once you
Like an
enter a
elephant running
space
from a mouse.
where there is charm, that would go away. So even if he had approached you with the intention of being charmed, it would go away.
It's a possibility.
If that makes sense. Or
Well,
at least he'd get another saving throw against it.
Again, all this stuff is
I'd probably vote for fear. For
Fear.
Raylog or something.
for you guys.
does he wear jewelry? Does
Well, I just said
Raylog
he
wear
just put it to his
jewelry?
belt or something.
Can he? I mean, is he
He doesn't
against
have
that?
a-
Is
he
he
doesn't have
ultra
a-
conservative barbarian?
Or does he have a
He has
giant
a-
gold
has a
R
ring
on a
on it.
Does he have an
chain around his
earring?
neck?
Does he need an earring?
No.
Does he go around
The
saying,
chant
"I
of
pity the
your
fool"?
A dingle dangler?
And why can't you just wear it? Or have them?
I could, but she was talking about separating them so that way different areas can be covered, not just one person from all one direction. Right, I think when we orchestrate an activity, we'll think about that. But for right now, we'll just get on with,
I
investigating.
mean, I guess that's fine, but I've noticed that every time we think that we understand the activity, we don't, and then we don't have time to prepare anyway.
Well, to me, it doesn't matter, we're all next to each other, and it has a 40-foot radius as far as we know for right now.
Okay. Whatever.
Well, either way, I can't bring up an animal if I have it active, but I don't. Alright. Let's just make our way up to the,
To the out?
thank you.
Yeah, let's unlock.
Let's go to the outhouse.
All right, so
Let's
you
go
guys
to
are
the
heading.
out of the doors. Where the ranger
Where?
thrives.
Are you done?
We're gonna go back to the entrance to the cave.
Out.
Are you taking the
Are we taking these people with us?
people with you?
People with us.
The dead one?
No, the people in cages.
Oh.
Well, there's two on the table that are sliced open, that are hooked up to the hoses. They're
There's the meat packing plant, and then there's
That they were
the other ones.
face first,
Yeah.
and their backs were going up and down.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we could try to do is stick them back together and do heal on them to make the flesh reattach. That's all I can say. I mean, I didn't study this really a whole lot. I kind of snoozed in this class. No, I didn't do that.
You passed that one by the skin of your
Okay.
teeth.
That was, the skin.
We read through his notes, would we see or there are definitely instructions on how to do it. So can we read through that section of the notes and be like, this was turned on, this is off, this is how to turn it off, this is, what connects to what.
It wasn't flowing
And,
yet, I
kind
don't
of on reverse the process, kind of, sort of. Reverse engineer how to do it, or take it out.
Bite and suck.
According to his notes, what you guys found earlier, he has not found any way to reverse the effects once he has implemented them.
But how far along does it look here? Is the stuff already in the tube that's in here?
And you guys found that at the first point he was having his subjects ingest it, in which case there were side effects, and in order to have it not be as bad of side effects, he...
Can we tell if he's put the stuff, in through the tubes already, or if he hasn't? How long does it take to change? Would they have already changed if they'd already been injected, or what are we thinking about how far along in the process that they are?
In his notes, it mentions that every individual is different. So, and it also depends on the size of creature that he is doing this experiment on. If it's a larger individual, it takes longer.
But do we see the stuff in the tubes now?
You do no, because you also found that there was a syringe-like contraption.
Correct.
And in his notes, he mentioned that he switched from ingesting to actually putting it into their bone marrow.
But we don't know if he's put that in their marrow now.
On inspecting these two bodies, there's nothing that seems to point that either of them have been injected.
That's what we want to know.
There's no dark veins or anything.
So we'll take the stuff off then. The connections. Because he had connections on it.
No, there's no connections. The only thing is that they're strapped. They're strapped to the table.
Okay. Yeah, we thought there was lines that were already on.
No.
Okay.
They're strapped to the table, and they have incisions in different parts of their body where the flesh is peeled away to the bone.
Now, is it peeled back like they have sort of like when they do
Yeah, it's peeled back and held back.
with
Like a clamp-like device.
okay, all right, that's what I okay. So we'll undo the clamp stuff
Mm-hmm.
and let the flesh go back together and push it together in some areas. Put a Band-Aid on it, and then we'll see about doing cure light wounds on them to help the flesh to re-knit, not totally, but enough that it'll hold together.
Okay.
Here the guy wakes up. What's Hello Kitty?
There's like a little incision right there.
The Band-Aid.
You can bill me later.
Okay. So you guys go
Add it to
through
my
and try and mend these two individuals up. Are you unstrapping them or?
No,
Okay.
leave them strapped, but we unpeel them.
Okay.
We repeel.
Okay. So over this process, their wounds do heal quite a bit, and it seems like they are at least in a state where they would be able to at least hopefully move on their own,
Function.
or be able to function. But they are still under at this point. They have not roused or anything.
Well, that's fine. The people in the cages haven't either.
The people in the cages are more like just in la la land right now. They're not.
Not sub.
Yeah, they're not like unconscious. They're just kind of like sitting there, either looking out into the room or
They're in a fog. They're in a
and
fog.
They're just kind of like,
They're in a fog. Okay.
you know, wobbling their head back and forth.
Okay.
Or
Like being in church. All right.
looking or playing with some dirt on the ground or whatever. They're out.
All right.
there.
So well,
They're on cloud 9.
All right. Well, we both just expended a heal light wounds, so to do this, so, to get rid of those points.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I thank the Creator for seeing the healing of these subjects to be able to be more whole now.
Entire.
Cool. Okay.
And since they're still out of it, I mean, how many other subjects are in the cages? 4?
I believe.
More. There's more.
He's a believer.
Yes, there was 4.
So there's 6 altogether. 2 that we put back together to a degree, and the other ones have not been hurt yet. And so all of us could pretty much help them to walk out.
Yep, let's do it.
Do I see any herbs that might help them wake up? Do you use my herbalism?
You can-
Delicious.
yeah, sure. Make a check.
The herbaliciousness.
What's it? Go up here. It's intelligence. I don't know why I know that far. 17. I rolled an 8.
Yeah, going through the cabinet, you find a plant that is it's laying on its side in like a bunch, almost like a cilantro bunch.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that came to mind.
That's fine.
Because you bought it yesterday.
Sense that.
Yeah, that's why. And
What happens there? I don't know.
it's not it's more got a very light green, almost yellow look to it. You see that, you grab that,
must
and
be
you know that this is something that whenever you burn the leaves,
Mhm.
it gives off a
Like an
scent.
incense.
Yep,
Incense.
and it helps to bring someone back to reality or back to
Like
their
smelling
senses.
salts.
Yeah, almost, and it's one of those, like, if somebody's like in a very deep sleep or whatever, it like jolts them awake or whatever.
Does it smell
Okay.
bad?
You don't know. You're
Pungent.
not sure.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. All right. So burning.
Some people like the smell of sauerkraut. Some don't. Does it smell good? Does it not? Depends who you ask. Smell of Brussels sprouts cooking. Depends on who you ask.
Okay. That's what I'll do then.
So you go over, you grab that, you go to one of the torches and get it to burn a bit, and then you start going to the cages and start waving that around, and it takes a few minutes, but those in the cage actually start to come to and start blinking their eyes, and it's almost like all of a sudden they're cognizant of more of what's going on around them, and they're not just in some daze or fog. Still in the cages, still locked.
Well, that's fine. That way they understand that they're coming around.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll split some of this stuff so other people can do that for them at the same time.
Yep.
Okay.
Like I said, it takes a few minutes, but eventually they do come to their senses, and or at least a little bit more alert and aware of what's around them.
I'll give them all a berry.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, and they don't look like they've been down here long. It looks like these were the ones that were just grabbed
Okay,
from the
alright.
most recent.
I'll make sure the one I give them is more caffeine stuff, so they get more.
Okay.
What's the current status of those that were on the table?
They're still.
Are they awake?
Are you guys going over and waving that from?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Yeah. They're starting to wake up as well.
Yeah, do some counseling while you're doing it.
So they're not completely.
You shouldn't let
Kaput.
people do this to you.
No.
Even though they
were just
look-
put under.
Okay, I'm like, they
This
looked
ain't no
like
prank.
sushi last time we talked. So
No,
I'm like,
they-
how?
There's no
No,
cameras coming out.
They took the clamps off and put the flesh together and then
Yeah.
healed them so that it would actually like.
Correct.
Okay. I must have
So
had
it
to
wasn't
step
a
out
living
for the phone
nightmare
call.
when they wake up.
I had to step
Yeah,
out for a phone
just
call.
a
I was
half
like,
a
wait a
nightmare.
minute, what I miss?
Yeah.
Are they in pain?
We healed them.
Yeah,
As
but you
they're
didn't
coming
fully-
around, I mean, they do seem like to
They're
be
gonna be
acting.
stiff.
There's a bit of discomfort.
Yeah.
Gotta go to
But-
PT.
Nothing like.
They're not standing either. They are
Yeah.
laying down. They're still strapped.
Gotta do your exercise.
Yeah, because we don't know how they were going to act, and they could hurt themselves rolling around starting. Just for your own good.
Hello, Winky, how do you feel?
After all, their last waking memory was.
Who are
not
you asking this
positive.
to?
The people on the table.
Yeah.
You on the table. How you feeling?
Where am I?
Yeah, you're still in the mine. Yeah.
And what's the name of
This
this?
doesn't look like the mine.
It's a secret place that they were hauling people to do this to, what they did to you, to make them their secret workers, to make some free stuff to give away to other people they wanted to have, instead of selling it to
I'll
them.
tell them all the thing. Hey,
Aye.
what's your name?
That's a
and
lot of
where'd you come from?
information all at once.
That way it spreads.
I expected them to say to
What's your
blame.
name and where did you come from?
My name's Dan.
Dan
Dan.
with an N.
Alright, and where
Oh.
are you
No,
from?
not the other one.
I was like, what's his name?
Whetstone?
He holds back water.
Are we still in Whetstone?
Retains.
He's not very
from
physical.
Whetstone.
Not a local boy.
Spouse is a beaver.
What's that?
You're not local? You're from other places?
No, he said I'm. She said, "Where are you from?" He said, "Whetstone."
Oh, I thought she told me.
I said, are you sure?
Spouse never went to the orphanage.
Yeah.
You got any family around here, Dan?
Yeah.
Dad, oh, you can't.
Alright, David Link too.
And he just kind of has like a blank look on his face, like he's trying, but at the same time he's struggling to really dig into his memory and to it's like he's waking up first thing in the morning, like he's trying to get the wheels turning, but it's not.
Do you have a mom or dad?
We should get
Yeah.
What are their names?
mom and dad.
Jacob and
Rachel.
Lisa.
Oh, that doesn't
Alright,
go.
this is good for me.
What do you
This
say?
I can get up. Go to the next guy, do basically the same thing, make sure that they're not like tainted in any way, check for some veins that look funny, ask
Sybil.
them some simple
That's
questions like
freaky.
that,
Those
see the
names are
level of
my
consciousness,
parents.
make sure that they actually know who they are, where they are, and what they're doing, that they're not just gonna go crazy.
Okay. Yeah, and it's the same thing. Like they are struggling to everything's a fog, but they do have answers, and they are from around. They do live in Whetstone. The second one that you go to actually does not. They live alone. They do not have a family. They're a single individual.
Because I don't think of the names.
What's that? I didn't hear you, Kim.
That's wonderful.
Oh, I said that's wonderful. That's a good answer. That means you know about yourself. That's the whole point of this. I need to know that you know who you are and what you're doing, and that you have an individuality and are not a mindless creature.
Question.
Mindless creature. What are you talking about? And
We'll fill you in when we take you to the surface.
okay.
Because we literally
Who are you people?
We're your liberators. Oh, that's the name of the group, Liberators.
Did we just come up with a party name?
Liberators.
The B-24s? No.
They don't make it.
I have a question.
Liberators.
I
Never
have
mind.
a question.
What's your question?
What's that?
What's your question?
I don't have a question.
I've been saying for 3 minutes. I have a question.
Oh, what do you got a question about?
The person
Stand
who's
up and
not
sound like
here.
this.
heard me. Carl wants to know, would it help their brain fog if they had a pill with a chocolate coating on it? Would that help at all from Miracle Max? Would that
No.
help at all?
No.
Are we storming a castle?
No.
I need to know this.
Need some
No.
Whetstone gummies.
Well, your mom and dad are in the castle. I don't know if you know that.
Nobody named Buttercup.
Alright, great. We get
No
along,
ROUSs.
we take them
We already
from
killed
the
those.
mountain.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you guys are leading them out of this big area, they kind of like are startled a little bit by the sight of these creatures that are on the floor, along with just the blood and gore that is everywhere from the fight that took place in this room, along with a dead foreman that's there as well.
Don't ask questions you don't know the answers to.
But they trust you guys because they don't really
Close
have
your
much
eyes
of
and
a
follow
choice, and they follow you on out.
Go around the corner.
It's not what it looks like. Okay, maybe.
So you guys make your way.
What does it look like?
You
Give me
guys.
a count of 3, then I'm coming.
One,
You guys make
three.
your way to the breach that you made your way through at the beginning of this whole endeavor, and make your way to the 3rd level of the mine.
3rd time.
Back where all the mining is currently taking place.
Where the guards are guns.
No.
Hey, you're not allowed out of there, man.
Stay in your
Stay in your lane. No.
You make your way up to the 2nd level.
Maybe I should have the head of the form.
Let me
Prove that
put
we got
these
rid of it.
papers up, because now I can put
Wanna be attacked.
everything back to the way it was.
Mhm.
Here.
At least be only half of
Mhm.
Alright.
Just leave that like that, and we'll
Oh,
turn.
his close up. His close up.
Yep.
What are these people?
Ta-da! It's like everything's the way it was supposed to be. Okay.
Oh.
Alright, so you guys make your
Is that
way
what
to
happened?
the 3rd part of the mine.
He said-
Go to where the lift is at and
Lift.
make your way up to the 2nd level. Make your way up the ladders, across the little bridge, and make your way to where you
Rainbow
guys left.
Started the tour.
There were
So she's not right up on your nose.
oh.
You adjusted the camera and then you did the same thing you did last time. You leaned.
My bad. So you guys are on the 2nd level, and there are guards there, as there were whenever you went down. A group of 4, and they are all just standing there waiting for you guys' return, as they said that they would. As well as some miners standing there,
Are
and
these
you-
are the guards that are part of the Crimson Blade people?
yeah.
The Chop Chop crew.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Should we tell them to just kind of tell the townspeople to just kind of stay there for a hot second? And we just kind of walk up and, like, Assassin's Creed these guys and just kind of stab them real quick in the neck?
Stab, stab.
I mean, they don't. They're standing there as you guys are coming out of this.
Oh, okay. So they're going to see us either way. Okay, never mind.
They're standing there.
If it was a stealth mission or if we were going to have to engage in, like, immediate, what are you doing? Okay.
No, they're cordial.
They are standing at the end of the tunnel that you guys are exiting out of with all of these other people.
Yeah.
And they're watching, and I mean they're talking amongst each other, and then
playing cards.
You know they look at you guys and are like, you know, nod their heads to you guys of like, oh, you're back, you know, glad to see you, like, you know, is it taken care of? And
The stormtroopers are watching us.
Yep. And they just kind of nod to you, and the one speaks up and says, so is it all right to send the miners back down, or?
I mean, you'll probably need a cleanup crew.
Yeah, we have questions of the area before we let anyone back down in that need to be answered. Before it's down there, it got really confusing fighting these creatures.
Okay. All right. We'll make sure nobody else goes down then.
Okay.
Especially because we don't want them.
As you guys proceed into the big room here that has like different tables and whatnot set up, there are different miners that are sitting here, you know, that were there when you guys went down.
Yeah, we're going to the office.
And some of them are getting up and walking over, and some of them are getting up and running over to help those that you guys are helping out of there. And you would recognize, along with Derek, Soren is there as well, and comes up to you and looks at you and just kind of gives you a nod, and then takes one of the individuals next to you and helps them at least to a table to get them to be able to sit down. And
I want to go over to that guy.
Okay.
We don't want
Soren?
Take the keys and go to the office, if that's okay with everybody else.
Yeah, take the keys to the office.
Take the jingle jangles.
Okay, I go over to
I
Soren.
kind of, in our small group, I said, I'm going to the office. Anyone else want to come on in now? Bye.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
So
I just want to go to Soren.
We're on.
Yeah.
Thoron.
Who's the judge? And to tell him this was found on a body that we weren't able to retrieve yet, and it's that note it's written in blood in his ring. And I said this belongs to his wife. He was trying to send.
Okay.
The minor.
Kind of like.
I don't know if you know of the lady he was writing to.
Yeah, he looks at it and you just see like a look of recognition go over his face, as well as
A
sadness
shadow.
and just like heartbreak, because he knows who this individual,
Right.
and he also knows who this individual that the note is written
Right.
to as well.
I was hoping.
You also notice this individual, Soren, is a half-elf.
Okay.
There are no other half-elves in Whetstone that you've met. They're all human or dwarf,
Right.
except for, obviously, Kara.
I was going to say, we've met nobody.
You weren't from here.
That you know is from here just because
They're
of
accepting.
digging
I don't
into her
exist
past a little
anymore.
bit and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Kara has black hair, green eyes.
Mm-hmm.
This young man also looks fair, like a couple years younger probably than Kara. Also has black hair, green eyes. However, he has dark skin.
Mm-hmm.
Like tan skin.
Olive complexion.
Yes, olive complexion.
We say about the Mediterranean.
So not tan, but olive.
Yes.
Like someone from India might have
Correct.
a little more of a darker
Correct.
hue.
Yes.
Big.
No more
Does he
melanin.
look for just for my own note's sake? is this kind of like the same tan as the elf guy from the other continent, or is this a different kind of tan?
Pretty similar.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So I present that to him. I said, these are mementos that need to go to the loved one of this individual. That was the only real thing that I quickly could get from the carnage that was down there.
I'll make sure that the loved one gets
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Okay, now, go over civil
it. So you guys are, how are you guys getting over to the office? Because the guards are there, they're not exactly paying attention, but are you guys doing this, you know?
Well, we have an agreement with the guy to do this.
Okay.
Anyways, so,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
we'll just,
Sybil looks important.
we'll just go in.
Okay.
I was just gonna walk in like that on the
So
place.
you guys go to where the office is, and you
Yeah.
go to open the door, and the door's locked.
Yeah, so
Perfect,
it,
they have keys.
Yep.
Alright, open
So
it.
you start going through the keys, and eventually you do find one that opens this door.
Ooh.
You guys head in.
put the little
Who
sign
all- who
closed.
all's- you can pull down the blinds.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Put a door stopper in the bottom.
Who all's going in here other than Sybil and Torvine?
I'm a little guy.
I don't care. I'm only half a person. No.
I'm assuming it's just us, so that way they can guard the
All right,
outside
all right.
and deal with the people that they help bring up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
We're looking for a logbook.
Okay.
The book of
So
law.
you,
The book of
you're
law.
looking through the paperwork
Torvine
and
is
the
really
logs.
attached to this book.
They're on the top of the desk. The logbook basically mentions just where different which veins are being worked, approximately how much is being yielded from said veins, how much is being brought up to the surface.
I want to look for a secret logbook, not the one for up here for regular
Yeah,
logistics.
We wanna see that.
Yes.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
secret
Or
gray
maybe there's
logs
part
are
of it
over
You
that's
there.
know, roll an investigation check. And
There
you're gonna
it
have to
is, what
start
we're
looking.
talking.
You're gonna have to start looking around this
Alright.
office.
Sneaky peeky.
10 out of 17.
Okay.
2 out of 12.
Good girl.
Okay. You find a
Yeah, it's a great
compartment
success.
on the desk that has a tiny little spot that resembles a keyhole, but it's smaller than the general, like, generic key.
So there's no little keys on her thing that's.
There is. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm explaining what it looks like. Just.
Okay.
So you go through the
Wait,
keys and you
he's
find
loud.
this special little looking key that doesn't have like the little prong to it that the keys usually have on it. It's more of a circular look to it. And you stick that up and turn it, and this compartment drops down, and there's a book inside. Looking at that, it isn't a log, more of a schedule of different dates and times.
Mm-hmm.
And it is written on these dates of, how did I word it before? All stop is what's written there, and then there's a time on a specific date, and then days later, sometimes it's 2 days, sometimes it's 3 days, sometimes it's a week.
Does any of these days correlate with today's date? Or today's date, does it match in between some of these other correlation days? Are we
It
in
seems
between?
like the last time that there was an all stop was the day that you guys arrived. Was the last time that there was a all stop marked on this calendar / schedule.
That we arrived in town?
Yes, when you arrived in Whetstone.
Was that 2 days ago? Yeah. And how long in between all stops usually there are? How
It
in
varies.
between?
Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3 days, sometimes it's a week.
Okay. But there's no like future.
There are some future
Stuff.
dates. The next one is scheduled from 3 days from now.
Okay, all right. So maybe
So
tall.
3 days from now, or 3 days in between making this?
Tomorrow.
3 days
Yeah.
from the day that you guys are on right now.
Oh, so 3 days
Okay,
from
so
now.
3 more days.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not tomorrow. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Is there any more information of what it says these days are about? What they
No,
do?
It just says, I'll stop on all of these days. That's all it is. It's just schedule of days like each month, and then a time and on a specific day, and with all stop written above it.
All right, but it doesn't. So this is when they stop mining. All stop.
You have no idea. That would be your assumption, yes.
So
Perhaps Derek or Kara might know, seeing that they met with the resistance.
right. So it's information that we could pass on. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll look for other secret spots like on walls and under chairs and stuff.
You do find
Like a safe?
you do find a spot where you moving one of the pictures or
Mm-hmm.
paintings in the office. There is not a safe, but there is a cavity in the wall that has a box in it that's not locked. It
Mhm.
just has a clip on it to keep it closed. And inside is just like a nice felted bottom to it, almost like it was something for him just to store something that was precious to him or meant something to him, but there's nothing in it other than just that felted bottom to it.
Does it seem like the bottom is a little higher than the actual bottom? There might be like where you can just lift the felt and the paper under it.
Yeah,
Put her in it.
yes,
What
there. It looks like it was swords of some sort or blades.
How
Oh,
big
those
is the
are really
box?
big.
Oh,
Like
okay.
short sword. Like
All right, so it's
a
3.5
shoulder.
feet long.
Yeah.
Sort of like the
Okay,
sword you
so
have
real
now.
long.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Which would match what he was using to fight us? Question mark.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking this.
Cool.
The box.
And we still didn't find Derek's swords at all? Okay, just checking.
No, you have not found those.
No.
Man, what did
He probably broke them for experience points.
Yeah, or gave them to somebody else.
He probably give them to the wizard so he can unempower him and chain him.
Maybe.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, the regular logbooks are there. The special book, obviously we took.
Yeah.
It's stop day?
All stop.
All stop.
Alright, anything else of any note of any kind?
Not that you find.
That's pertinent
Okay.
or important.
Alright, I'll just kind of pull Thor by his eye and be like, hey, I noticed that one elf guy kind of looks like there was other elf guys that were from the other continent that kind of were suspicious. Just so you know. I'm not completely sure I trust him. I don't know anything about him, but I guess I'm being a little bit racist right now. But I'm just saying, maybe don't give him all of our plan immediately.
Because we don't know everything about everyone.
Because I don't know anything about this guy, but the last, 4 people that I've met that were like him tried to kill us.
I bet he's Romulan.
I mean, you guys did
He might
eat at a restaurant where the
Yeah, there was a
There was a
restaurant,
lady
and
who-
I also wanted to check out that lady. That's on my list of things I wanted to do if I was
No, you're not one of those, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But of course I didn't get to do any of those things, but it was on my list.
Yep.
Oh, we'll go back. Don't worry. Okay.
Okay.
If we survive. Okay. Then I guess that's all we can find in here.
Yeah, that's all of them. We'll just lock it back up
Yep.
once we're done.
Yeah.
Put everything back the way it was.
Yeah, we're not
The-
trashing the place or anything.
No.
He didn't have like a drawer in the bottom of his desk or somewhere he petty cash or anything?
I mean, you guys found a chest with like a whole bunch of money in it.
In your point.
Like, why would he keep cash up here?
Because he's up here with the surface dwellers.
No.
He could bribe people with that money compared to his personal stash.
Who, the people that's part of his organization?
Yeah. He's bad. They do things like that.
He already doesn't
He's a
trust him and
politician.
has contingency plans. Why would he not bribe people to
Yeah.
betray other people that he doesn't like?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
The double bribe people, and then the guy who bribed
Triple
earlier is no-
bribe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
That's
kind
the
of
secret
how
weapon.
Azula's and overbossing say.
Okay.
All things change.
All right, then I guess we've exhausted for what we need in this room. So we'll go back out and lock the door up and
Okay.
join the rest of the group.
Yep. Walking Thunder.
Okay, so you guys are leaving the mine then,
Yes, we're gonna.
Yeah,
going
I
back to
think
the
the only thing
village proper.
that we have to agree to is to go back to the Lord and Lady.
And see about
and
unmesmerizing
tell them
them
that we have finished the thing.
and get our money.
And see if these clips work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When
And
we step out of the mine, what time is it?
yeah, what time of the day it is? We've been in the dark for a while.
Yeah.
It's getting. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what led up to you guys.
Because
going
we started
into-
off in the day to go there in the beginning.
Uh,
What took us three episodes or four should only be like 2 hours.
I want to say it's probably around midday at this point.
Is this like
What,
lunchtime?
1 or 2?
How many minutes has it been since we were last in combat?
Oh.
Would you say it's been 139 minutes?
Yeah.
That'd be
we're
2
2
hours. I'd say it's probably been at least an hour and a half. At least.
Alright, that would probably put me at full. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah. The great compromise. Okay.
I feel good.
Better.
Uh,
Better.
How long would you say this session has been? Because I think I've raised my life points last session. So
It's been because you guys ended like from the last combat, so it's been about an hour and a half.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually probably been closer to 2
2.
because you guys went into the crawl spaces and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Investigate.
it's probably closer to 2.
Yeah. And you guys, since you went up a level earlier, you have a higher max.
Mhm.
So, but they weren't filled in because it just raised your max.
Yeah.
Alright. I guess we go back up to the top. To the castle keep place.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're going back up to the manor.
Yeah.
Everybody or
I don't see why not. Why leave it? I mean, is there more information we want?
Why don't you come and see this?
Yeah, we would like to have Kara come with us.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay. I would like.
Theoretically, this should work.
Yeah, I would like to start by undoing the band that removes hypnotism and persuasion and stuff
okay.
and charm. I want to undo it so it's not active.
Okay.
Start,
Okay.
and then I'll relatch it when I find the time that I wish to do that.
But the other ones are latched.
Alright,
Except for
you
the
guys
companion
want me
one.
to
The
send a
companion
message
isn't.
to
Oh, so
Harlem,
there's
or
someone
do you
that's
just
left.
want to show
Yes,
up?
fear.
Who are you asking?
You're afraid of fear.
The group.
Okay, re-ask.
Okay. Do you guys want me to send a message to Harlem, or do you just want to show up?
I feel like showing up would be better.
Without telling Harlan?
Well, I was just saying Harlem can make sure we have everything that we want in place, because he's kind of on our side. Like, if we want both of them there, we can.
Yeah, instead
he
of
can
like,
probably
oh, well,
do
we can
both.
only see the lady today, not the lord.
Yeah,
So that way he can range both of them at the same
Yeah.
time, so we can ambush him
Yeah.
properly.
at the same time.
Not a rude
No.
one with no
Proper.
etiquette.
We need a proper.
Proper.
Yes. That way there's no
Proper.
qualms about it.
Ropa.
But I feel like if necessary, we should jump them and take their rings off.
Totally
I'm in a
toy.
very violent mood today, guys.
Jump
so I
'em
don't
and-
know what we can do.
Possible. We
That's
don't
what
have-
Gollum did.
Yeah.
Jump him and take
Don't
the
recognize this marriage.
Well, you have to take the finger off. You can
Take it
personally
off.
like that.
We
You
didn't
have good
say
teeth.
how we would be taking it off, just that it would be off.
Possibly removed.
Well, to start with, we would like to see if possibly these rings can be unempowered by the band
Yeah.
when I use that at the proper time after we get paid and have a conversation.
That's the ideal goal.
Yes, but if it doesn't work, then you can bite their finger off.
Ideally.
We're
Yeah.
going to order on it because I could just tell them to remove it.
Just remove it?
Remove thy ring.
How are you gonna do that?
Move
No,
it or
order them.
You remove
sadly,
it
orders
when
won't
you
work.
like to move it, move it, move it.
De-ring.
Over again.
How do you de-ring thyself? How do you do it? That's 2 words.
Unwed.
Unwed. Slap each other. Why'd you do that? I don't know. She made me. Oh, yeah.
D-ring? I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Is that a compound word or 2 separate words?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work.
Or we could just say freeze, and then they freeze, and then we take off the ring.
Yeah, because they wouldn't be able to fight you, so there would be no
Because they
strength
wouldn't
check.
fight back.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds like a better option.
Yeah, I think so. Say freeze. Unless they both happen to have their hands clenched, and now you can't undo them to take the rings off.
Or you could just,
Cold there.
Just put them to sleep.
Yeah.
or you could order them to sleep.
Well, yeah, I would have to make sure.
Yep.
Alright, that seems like plan.
So how would using sleep vary from ordering someone to sleep?
Ordering them sleep would only.
Sleep actually makes them fall asleep until you wake them up for
Yeah.
a longer
It has-
duration. Orders
has a
like
time.
1 round.
Yeah, it's only one
Oh.
combat.
It's like, go to sleep, and the person's like, okay, I'm gonna lay down, and then it's like, why am I laying on the ground trying to sleep?
I took 6 seconds out of your life.
I mean, that's probably all you
Like,
need.
if they have a lot of life, then I might not be
It
able to get
is.
both of them to sleep.
If you just say sleep, but command only works on one subject.
Yeah, I think so.
But we were married as one.
Yeah.
Whatever.
As far as I know.
Yeah. I guess that would work if they were separate,
Yeah.
and one person was already at the ready to do it. So that way, once you did it, the person's just like that, they yank the ring off. And then they find out they've been trying to get that ring off for months, but it's swollen, their hand's swollen, they can't pull it off. Yeah.
I had it for so many years, they
Yeah.
had to get it cut off or something.
I have a confession. I gained a little weight. Yeah.
I,
Since I gained the weight from the last big meal, I couldn't get it off.
okay.
Yeah.
So do we want to contact Harlem or no? I guess was the original question.
I say yes, but everyone left the room. But they'll be back.
Hello.
Never mind, there's one back already. We agreed to get the butler in on this, right? Make sure everyone's
Yes.
together. Okay.
In person.
Okay.
It cuts down on finger bite.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
No,
So you guys are heading back up to the manor. Word of note, as you are traveling up, Sybil,
Yeah.
you get a little, really? Sybil, are you there? It's Isaac.
Newton.
Oh. How are you doing?
Good. Just wanted to let you know, I talked to everybody here in Kings Harbor. They are actually sending a force to Whetstone to help you take the village back, or at least restore it back to the current or the
From the
previous
Crimson people?
to the previous ownership and take the Crimson Blade, get rid of them. I'm not exactly sure how big the force was. It was relatively
5 people?
It was larger, but they didn't give me an exact number. But they left early this morning, so they should be there probably in like 2 days ish.
2 days ish. Alright, that's good news, good news. We kind of already had a little bit of interference with one of their leaders in the mine, who might now be deceased.
Oh,
Might?
well then that should make things a little easier going forward, right?
We're trying to be careful, but he attacked us first, so
Yeah.
it's self-defense.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Well, I mean, we did kind of discover his secret laboratory in which he was experimenting on miners.
Making
illegally,
creatures.
but,
Yeah, making
hey,
creatures.
that's neither here nor there.
Okay, now I have all kinds of questions.
Yeah, well, you pick your favorite.
No, I can't. Also,
Can't or won't.
your father wanted me to tell you that he apologizes for not getting back to you. He has been very busy in meetings, and he wanted me just to contact you and let you know that he is all right and everything is well. Just an FYI.
It's really
So he contacted you?
Yeah, I kind of saw him, and we kind of bumped into each other, and then it was like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And "Who are you?" And "Oh, you're Sybil's dad." Okay. And then he was just like, "Oh, you know Sybil?" And then yeah, it just kind of went from there. And
Snooble.
Oh,
It's a doppelganger.
okay, cool. Yeah, so he was in Kings Harbor?
yes, he's in Kings Harbor right now.
It's on vacation, you know.
Lovely. Nice, okay.
I mean, I would go into more detail of why he's here and whatnot and what we kind of talked about, but you know how these things are. They don't latch. And kind of, you hear the conversation end.
Yeah. Hope you liked my dad! Okay.
Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, these things don't really last very long, so. But I mean, I can keep using charges, but I mean, I'd like to save some for, contacting later if need be.
Yes, I agree, yes. That stone that you sent me has become very handy, actually.
I'm glad that it's
Is
useful.
my dad still there?
What's that?
Is my dad still at Kings Harbor?
As far as I know, he was going to be here for a good couple days.
Oh, okay, well, if you see him again, tell him I got a 50% discount. I think it was
On
50 or 25.
what?
On the immunity, forever.
You got a discount on Imbuminite? You're so
Yeah.
lucky. How did you manage that?
25% immunite sales in Whetstone. Yes, starred. Mhm.
Okay, I am so jealous right now.
You should be. Yes. Except that you shouldn't, because that's wrong. If
See,
you're a
this
priest.
this is why I need to get out of just being at the temple and start going and traveling places. I mean, all the fun stuff and all the cool stories happen out in the wild.
He's level 12 now.
I always say I'm gonna retire.
Level 12 book smarts.
They almost died, so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let you know if anything happens on this end. Keep me informed as well if you need more
Yes.
help.
Look out for the night dwell.
Yeah. Was it a night dwell?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, there's also a night dwell involved in stealing a immunite from the mine.
What are you?
Take that. Cliffhangers. Back at
That's the end of your minute. Have a good day.
you. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
Must keep my
So-
story alive.
And that's what we'll pick up next time.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh!
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll tell the group as we're walking quietly and discreetly.
I'm gonna
not
meditate.
just in the open so the guards can hear that we're gonna get reinforcements in 2 days from King's Harbor.
To overthrow the Crimson Blades.
Yes.
Good. Numbers are good because from what we understood, possibly the number of the Crimson Blade was possibly up to 100.
Up in the 100? Yeah.
Yeah.
The triple
And
dig.
they are trained killers.
100%. So that's a plus.
If we could talk them into murder-suicide.
We'd be set.
Yeah.
Also, apparently my dad isn't kidnapped, which is good news. Good news.
Oh, I don't know the storyline.
Mhm. Yeah, apparently he's in
Ransom
King's
of Red
Harbor
Chief?
right now for some reason.
He was, but they decided they didn't want him.
Anything else of note?
Is he selling encyclopedias?
Anything else of us? We need to take Isaac on more field trips. Yeah, I think that's it. I was about to call Harlem, and I'm glad I didn't do it because I would have got so distracted talking to two people. That would have been really bad.
A double-minded sibling
No, not
is
you.
unstable in all of her ways.
I was literally about to say, I call Harlem when Colin was like, and you here? And I was like, oh. Stress.
My mind is being torn into two!
And you can't blame me for that one this time.
Oh, bad. Alright, anything else that we want to tell Harlem real quick?
Oh, are they brand new? You just bought them today.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's the clear stuff. Purity
Alright,
is fine.
It's like the king's clothes. You can't see the color unless you're worthy.
True. Must be.
What's that, Kim?
Hmm?
Yeah. Sorry. Someone asked me if they could come see the rabbits in my garage. So I'm telling them, yeah. Yeah, come see them.
Come see the webbits.
Hopefully
Oh,
not
I see
that.
it.
Is this is this in character or out of character?
Out of character.
Okay.
Out of character. I don't
Yes.
know. Someone's asking.
She usually doesn't really see anyone see the rabbits, but this time. Yeah, they're doing like a petting zoo.
Yeah, we're getting ready for our camp petting farm. And now I have rabbits in my garage.
Just don't feed them the chance.
I'm messing with you.
Put a muzzle on
Is
it.
this time? Hello, Harlem. This is Sybil. We're just done coming out of the mines. We cleared them
I'll be
out
back.
as promised. We think we actually have a solution for the Lord and Lady. We're coming right now.
In a minute.
Okay, who's we?
The whole
My
crew.
fantastic troop.
The Liberators.
Two of
Who
my
are-
guns. Yeah.
The whole group or?
All of us. The whole of us.
I mean, I don't
There
want
should
to.
be 6 of us
I don't want
in
to
total.
be the one to tell you guys what to do because you probably have more knowledge of this than I do. But if you have something that you only think is going to work, it might be best not to bring Kara with you.
Oh, you did recognize her when you saw her and didn't say it. Okay.
Yes.
We weren't sure.
Well,
That wasn't my place to
I
say.
didn't immediately recognize her, but upon thinking about it,
It clicked.
it kind of, there was no mistaking it.
Well, that's true. She's very unforgettable.
That's just my suggestion. If it's something that you're not entirely certain it's going to work, it might be.
Quickly, as fast as you could possibly explain why.
Huh?
As fast as you can explain, please explain why it would be bad if
Well, I thought we were. I thought the whole point was to keep her. To not. To keep her safe. To you know, keep her from them knowing that she was here. I mean, isn't that what you guys?
I don't know. That
Trying
was
to
up to
do?
her. I thought, well, is she not safe from her parents?
Well, you guys know that Derek was sent by them to keep her, to find her and keep her safe, because
Right.
this individual that showed up threatened to find that threatened and said that they had her and that they were going to kill Kara in front of them if they didn't like cooperate. But then they found Derek and asked Derek to find her and to keep her safe. But now Derek, after seeing them and hearing from what you guys have told them, said that they were acting differently. So you guys.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright, I see. Alright. Understood now that I have recapped the things that I definitely knew before. Alright. Any other thoughts, comments, questions, Harlem?
No, that was just my only concern, is if this isn't a definite thing, it might be best that she not be here.
Okay.
Unless you guys know something different than I do.
It's not definite, but it's a solid probable.
A solid
Okay.
problem.
I'll leave it up to your guys' discretion then.
Alright, we'll leave it up to Kara. It's her choice.
Okay.
Alright, I will relay that to Kara and be like, hey, Harlem suggested that if we weren't sure that this would work, since your parents are a little weird right now, that you might not come, just in case it doesn't work.
Derek.
What are your thoughts?
Derek agrees with that and says, yeah, it might be best if to not have her.
By the way, he totally would have if he had more words to say.
What's that?
Oh, I tell Kara that Harlem says hi, or that he would have said hi if he had more words to say than our 1 minute would permit.
Correct. Yeah, Derek agrees with that and says that it probably would be best if Kara's not there, at least until you guys are definitely have that taken care of. Either that, or it's either take care of the problem and then like take care of the Lord and Lady and free them from whatever's controlling them, and then they can know, or take care of what's going on in the village and then it doesn't really matter because then the problem's already taken care of.
Alright, maybe we kind of send Kara and Derek to the underground like they did before, and they kind of give the news that they have troops coming in 2 days from King's Harbor, and kind of update them while we go like we did before up to the palace area.
Okay. Derek shakes his head in acknowledgement and thinks that's a good idea.
Kara, how do you feel
Good
about
stuff
that?
in that root cellar.
I mean, I think what you're suggesting makes sense. I'm okay with that.
And you get to see your bear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He's probably lonely.
that's true.
He might have
Oh,
gone completely
was
feral by
Oak
now.
was actually-
He's nuts rolling around.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Making
Derek
friends with the squirrels.
goes with Kara and they go back
Decided to become a vegan.
the
Vegan.
root cellar.
Not the onions. Not again.
Crying stuff.
Not the rutabaga.
Okay, so you guys going up to the manor.
Mhm.
Okay.
How long has all this been taking us?
20 minutes.
We did it on our way up, so
Yeah,
probably
'cause
like
Isaac
30,
called
40
and there
minutes.
was a conversation there, and then she had a conversation with Harlan.
Okay. Could I like be on your shoulder? You don't mind that? And I could meditate, think about the creator, and
Get some
Cool.
points back.
yes, that's fine.
Sure.
That's like cheating. I want to meditate.
You were talking.
I know.
Look a slate.
Okay, so you guys eventually get up to the manor and knock on the door. Then Harlem comes to the door and says, "Okay,
We're
You're here.
covered in blood, because
what's that?"
we're still covered in blood.
I can see that. It looks like you guys definitely had
We upheld our end of the bargain.
definitely had the work cut out for you.
We've been busy. What can we say?
Not necessarily red blood.
Yeah, that's a mix and match.
You're so sparkly.
Okay, so he leads you into the foyer area.
Sorry about the mess.
And says, if you guys want to stay here, I'll go and fetch the Lord and Lady. Unless, do you need a refreshment or anything?
Yeah, do you have like a basin, a sink that we sponge back with?
He motions over to the side, and there is a water basin for like washing hands and things like that if you want to do that.
Ooh, that's like the body bath for me.
Would you guys like a drink or anything? I can have someone from the kitchen grab you guys a drink. You guys look like you could use some. No? Okay.
A drink? Yeah, I'd like some of that orange juice.
Okay. Is that good for everyone, or water, or
I mean,
anything else?
I lost a little blood. Orange juice I hear is good for me.
I'm actually okay, and he just wants orange juice.
Okay. Alright. So he ends up walking away, disappears, and a few minutes later, someone comes out with a couple cups and brings out a pitcher of orange juice as well. And he returns and he says, alright, they are on their way. And a few minutes later, the Lord and Lady make their way down the steps in the middle at the end of the foyer and whatnot, and come down and nod in acknowledgement and says, so is it done then?
It is. The mines have been cleared.
Of these-
Benito.
Is the branch that was causing the problem?
Of these creatures, yes.
And what did you find with these creatures? What were they?
Do you really want to know, or do you want to hear the story that you want to hear?
I mean, I'm not sure.
It is
What's your-
gruesome. Very
It's a terrible fate
gruesome.
for some people.
And
It's not the most pleasant of things.
no, because it does involve the
Betrayal, torture, horrible experiments.
of your
that kind of thing.
townspeople who were
Oh.
victimized
One
quite
of
severely
those.
down
Oh my.
going on for some time also.
Really?
Yeah, sadly.
Oh. I'm surprised we didn't hear anything about this. I mean, we knew that there was, disappearances because of these creatures were taking individuals, but had no idea that these creatures were doing something to the victims that they were taking, other than we thought that it was just for food or sustenance or something.
No,
To think that there was torture and whatnot as well, it's odd. What kind of creatures were they?
have you heard stories of maybe when you were younger, or maybe in education, of maybe creatures from the dark that lived in the dark constantly, and when they got hurt, they regenerated. They were called trolls.
Yeah, we are familiar with trolls.
Well, somebody in a part of the cave that wasn't documented. It was doing experiments on converting people into creatures of troll-like attributes. So that way they could be mindless slaves for them to mine illegal amounts of imbumonite from the rest of the mines.
Yeah, from your minds, they were stealing.
Mm-hmm.
My word.
No mind.
And you put a stop to all of this.
For now.
Yes. As well as
Well,
good.
we are. Whetstone is deeply in your debt. Then I mean, I understand the agreement that we made and whatnot, but this is far more than we thought the issue was. But I'm glad that you were able to take care of it. If there's anything else that you need, please. I mean, are you planning on staying in Whetstone longer? I mean, can we possibly cover a fee or something for your stay in the village?
Well, maybe a few more days. I heard that my father is staying kind of nearby, and I could do some direct
Dealing.
communication with our trade agreement that we're making.
Ah, yes. Okay.
See if we can finalize some of that, maybe.
Well, consider it
Probably
on the
another
house for
3 years.
the remainder of your stay for in the village. Consider it on the house.
Possible. I would have to mention also that you asked if this was the end of the troubles in the mines. I have a feeling that we're on to other leads that may further more treachery that's in this town that has been connected to this problem.
Is this something?
Yeah,
Is this something that you are looking to pursue, or is this something that you would need? Are you going to pursue this? Or are you going to need extra help?
Say that
possibly?
again so he can hear it.
What, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I just said that we found some concerning things that would lead us to believe other people are involved, and we have it in writing.
I see. Are you looking to pursue this, or is this something that we need to hand over to the captain to handle?
Well, we thought we'd come to you with it first, just to make sure that you knew what was going on in your city first.
Because you are the head magistrate.
Well, yes.
Going to go through the proper channels.
If you're willing to take care of the problem, then by all means. If you need extra help.
That some of the higher ranking officials might have actually known and allowed such things to happen.
You're saying possibly the captain knew about this?
We think it's a high possibility. His name was in writing.
That's why we wish to further investigate before making total assumptions.
Correct.
I see. So this isn't
Things
a
like
definite thing. This is a hypothesis that he knew about this.
We want confirmation on what the paper said
An
before we
educated
I see.
cement.
I see.
Yes.
We're
Okay.
looking for alibis.
Go for it.
Okay. Alright, little guy, don't fail me now. Wisdom?
Insight, yeah, wisdom.
Yes.
Yes! Good job, little guy! That's a 2 out of 16.
Little guy or little die?
Die. Both. It's probably not a girl dice. Because she could change her mind.
Okay.
Girl dice can be fickle.
We can flex it.
You read from this that there's a bit of concern, but at the same time it's more of surprise and like this is shocking almost to this news that the captain would have known something about this and didn't do anything about it, and that he is in some way part of it or just turned a blind eye to it. There's that kind of shock to it, but at the same time, there's the fear of like, okay, what else has been like
Unearthed.
yeah, like what else is there?
Seems to be getting into everything.
It's the only way to go. You're all the way in, or it doesn't matter.
Yes. Correct. GM question.
Mm-hmm.
Vlad's name was in the thing too as well, correct?
Mm.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'll go ahead and say another name that was written in this book was Vlad.
Vlad?
The priest.
I'm afraid so.
Well, that is
We've done a little
very.
bit of snooping on that end as well. As you know, my friend here is a cleric, and he has one of the abilities that the Creator has given him is to see the nature of empowerment, whether it be from the Creator or from the Deceiver, or as the Enlightener, as they would like to call him. And he has seen him, and I have also seen that he has crafted things that were not from the power of the Creator. We believe him to not be what he says.
And you can prove this.
We believe so. Insight check.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I'll do it too.
Okay, it's a solid 11.
Hey, I rolled that too.
We both rolled 11s.
Yeah. Was it wisdom?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a standard success.
Okay.
Um,
I got a good.
Okay. You get the sense that they're having a hard time
Swallowing it?
believing you and these accusations that you're making about Vlad.
Keeps getting bigger.
Okay.
He
At
seems
the
so
same
large.
time, it's
Such a nice
it's kind of
dark
that look of like, okay, I don't really
The first
believe.
one might be real, but this one's a little bit of a stretch.
The guard possibly, but this guy, I don't know.
Yeah,
He's a holy guy.
This is, yeah.
Yeah, this one's kind of like, okay, I don't know about that, and then it's kind of like, are they trying? And like, it's like the mood is kind of shifting a little bit to say like, okay, are these guys trying to now take advantage of something more than like it's starting to shift in that direction?
Corbine, you have the book, yes?
Yes, I do. So this is the book.
Would you like to show it to our Lord and Lady?
I think I would.
This is the evidence that we found in the mines, in the deepest part of the laboratory where the person who was doing experiments was.
And also, this is one of the vials that have this black substance that was injected into the villagers in a unique, careful way to create their bodies into a troll-like creature.
I'll pull out the science book, and this book talks about how it was done.
This, Your Honor, proves it.
I'm gonna keep it, but I'm not gonna like hand it to him, but
No.
I'm kind of keep it just in case we don't get it back. But I'll kind of leaf through it openly to show like some pictures of the scrawling,
Okay, they look at the
and then close it back.
okay, and they look at the vial that you guys produce.
While they're doing that, I'm going to get the band
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to connect it together to remove any chance of hypnosis or charm in this area.
Can I get a bead on Harlem as well?
Okay, he's standing there and he's just kind of like,
But he's-
Like,
I'm assuming, though, he's taking it in context of already knowing the type of people we are, and that if anyone could find something, it would be the outsiders of us.
Yeah, it's not that. It's
not
more
just
of like
it's,
Can't believe
He's
this
adding
is
things
going on.
you got yeah. There's that, and then it's kind of like what is going on, and then it's kind of like
it explains
why
something.
why are we spilling all of this information and we haven't done. Is this part of the plan to like try to break the charm on them, or like? Okay, you're just kind of like watching this whole thing unfold,
Yeah.
and just kind of like waiting to see if I need to move, or just like what's going on, what's gonna happen.
A reassuring little nod in his direction, just like a little.
And anything that's trying to cloud their judgment, I wanted to remove it.
We've got this.
So our explanations will start sinking into the people instead of being guarded by whatever's trying to avoid certain emotions and stuff that we have already showed them. So that way they can get the full picture instead of something clouding to skew the other direction.
Okay. So, I mean, with this conversation going, you're clicking that
The band together.
ring together.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going
do
to
they
go
look-
ahead and put detect empowerment up.
What's that?
I'm gonna put detect empowerment up,
And let everyone see, or what?
and I'm gonna let Harlan, and our party see it.
Okay.
Okay. And I want to see their countenance, their faces.
Yeah.
Okay.
To see what changes, something like a veil removal. Oh, what's going on as they're digesting stuff to see if there's a change.
Okay. You click that together, and as Sybil kind of looks over to Harlan, and her eyes flash, and all of a sudden you guys can see items in this room and hues glowing. And as you reach over and click this band together, you see this wave go out, and you see
Can I
the
measure it? How far?
How
Did you
big?
say about
You know not because you ask not.
Your room's not big enough.
It can't encompass it.
Yeah, you see
Numbers.
this wave go out, and it just kind of dissipates. It seems to get out to like 40 feet range, and that's where it kind of like disappears from your vision. But as that wave goes out, and you guys look at the rings suddenly aren't glowing red anymore.
Yes.
You look at their countenance, and their countenance seems to stay the same. It doesn't seem like there's anything that changes with how they're receiving information and how they're speaking to you guys.
You make me sad.
You make me sad. Oh, what is that from? I know it is.
Yep.
You make me sad. Oh, it's King Arthur.
Yes. Come along, Patsy.
Yes. Okay. You make me sad. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, so the vial, the book, the writings and stuff is presented to him to show him that there is a type of conspiracy going on and it's involving these people.
Yes.
And I mean, they stand there, and everything that you guys have shown them and whatnot, they seem to still have that, like, okay, I don't really know if I believe that Vlad is part of this. I mean, I can understand maybe the captain, maybe he was bribed or something like that, but the priest, I don't know about that.
But doesn't that make the best sense?
What do you know then?
If you put someone in that could win people over, who has a charismatic and a nice attitude compared would be easily to win people over. Yeah.
Do we have an understanding of in what way they were charmed, or like what area, what kind of?
Well, the rings go.
The rings, had an effect on them that made them easier or more susceptible to certain saves that would be for charm or hypnosis. That's what the rings were for. It made them more susceptible to it.
So we
So they
didn't
would fail.
Right. So we didn't see them charmed at all.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
So they still were their own attitudes. It's just they're not susceptible for someone to talk them into something.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's better I turn it off.
If I we have held off telling you who is doing these things to your miners for a reason, because the individual who's been doing it was your foreman, Gillis.
I unclasp the ring.
Okay.
So that way they can do what they normally do.
Okay.
Why?
You lose a couple morality points.
Well.
See you later. Go up and bite a finger off. I mean, which one? And she's not here to do it. So I mean.
This is his journal. These are his experiments, his tests, his body.
Some
is
of his blood on us too.
in
Actually.
mind right now as he attacked us
Mhm.
while we were looking for your miners.
Miners.
Gileas was the one doing this.
The miners.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that he was, Miller and Lee.
There's a look of like shock on their face.
I would like to use that as a persuasion roll to convince him that the words and the plot that
true.
we're presenting before him is in fact believable. I would like to make a persuasion check
Okay.
because I forgot to say that earlier.
Okay. I'm gonna say you're gonna have a difficulty modifier of
Well, they have the rings on. They're active.
yeah.
So they have a minus.
There is that, which is why this isn't as hard. But you're also trying to persuade someone that basically is on the opposite side of what you're trying to persuade.
You're making
Like,
a
almost to the
Democrat
point
or
of, like-
Republican.
It's not this isn't to the point of like someone that's untrusting, but this is someone that is like almost on the total opposite end of like a belief system that you're trying to bring them over to agree with what you're telling them. So that's why this is a little bit higher. But that does.
Any evidence add towards our side? It's pretty
We have
damning evidence.
evidence?
Yeah.
I
Like,
told you I should have brought his head.
written evidence from not us, not in our penmanship.
Well, it just
No.
proved that you
He
killed
wrote
him.
it.
It wouldn't prove anything else.
That is no, other than when we killed him.
Yeah.
You killed my friend.
I'm gonna say this is with a modifier of 3 that you're doing this.
Alright.
Yeah, this is a difficulty modifier, not an advantage.
So the target is 3 numbers lower.
So -3. Okay. Cool. Alright, so I have a +2 because of my ring. So I have a -1
Bling, bling.
Mm-hmm.
total. Okay. I'm gonna use my human ability to re-roll a d20.
Okay.
I got a 4. Good, because the other one was an 18. Okay. Alright, that is a 4 out of 14, so so +1 would be 5 out of 14, basically.
That's a great success.
Which is a major success.
Major.
Okay. That's exactly what you needed, was a major success to get this to work.
It's barely.
Off was the head. No, too late. Where is it?
As you are saying this and you are presenting this, it seems like there's a look of recognition in their eyes. Almost like, you know that scene in Lord of the Rings when King Theoden all of a sudden doesn't have Saruman, like...
Yeah, I know your face.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you have Detect Empowerments up. That glow around the rings that they have on came back whenever you took the or unclasped that band again.
Yeah.
You guys watch as now all of a sudden that hue just seems to like shatter and it's not there anymore.
Great, now we can't talk him in it. Higher allowance? Bigger percentage than you.
And they kind of look at you guys and there's a look of recognition but then confusion of almost like,
Can we just start over?
like there's a look of recognition of like, I know you guys and I know we were talking about something important, and they kind of like look at what you guys have in front of them and it's just kind of like,
We lost our percentage.
P. Sherman, Wallaby Lane. No.
But they don't want to show they lost it. Be dignified.
yeah,
What's going
pretty
on?
Keep it
pretty
together,
much. It's
man.
just kinda
Keep
like,
it together.
Yeah.
They can't know that you
So-
don't know what
Yes,
happened.
the 50% off. Yes, we agreed.
They forgot stuff.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Yes, they're awake. We were just talking. We were just talking about the deal that we were to do for you for the minors that were taken.
And give them like a wink and a nod, like it worked.
Were you
Yeah.
doing this too? The butler? Okay, well, I mean, he saw it, so.
Yeah. And we were able to get rid of the foreman who was orchestrating against you, making these creatures from the miners.
Monsters. There's mine for him.
Give me a
Well,
second.
shut it
Give me a second, because now I have to go back and pull out my actual notes now.
It's 75%
Oh,
discount.
my word.
So did they just forget the whole conversation we just had with them?
They weren't there.
That's exactly what he said.
Nobody was home. At least not the person whose body it is.
It's like
was
someone
home.
else is calling the shots.
But like the persuasion check, it like kind of got rid of
They
some charm or something.
Have you
They overrode
seen
what had them under.
Ant-Man and the Wasp?
It was one of those things of,
Yeah.
you guys, because of the persuasion check, it broke whatever effect was on them, and because of that, and the sheer will of them also wanting to not be under this influence, made the
So, like,
enchantment
gave him a chance to
break,
make another saving
and then
throw, basically.
at the same time they were like, okay, it's like you're coming out of like a daydream almost of like, wait, what was I doing? What were we talking about?
So does their memories kind of reset to like the point where just before they were kind of
Well, you mean with the
charmed?
rings? When they were presented the rings, they were taken over? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, was it like
So all this
whenever
is nothing, that time gap, you're saying,
yeah?
is nothing.
Did it do that?
That's what he's trying
You
to
don't
say.
know.
No. And that's why I started talking about percents, because I was joking.
You said about
But if it works.
what were you saying about the foreman and whatnot?
Yeah, the foreman was the one behind abducting the miners.
So
Injecting them,
Doolin?
yes, injecting them with that black serum here.
Nolan?
The,
Nolan is not your foreman.
no,
Gilius.
Gilius.
Doolin's always been our foreman.
Yes.
Not no
Well,
more.
now it's Gilius.
Who's Gideus?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was. Who was?
He was your new foreman, who's no longer your
He's
foreman.
do the rings not glow anymore?
Yeah,
You
they're not
look
allowed.
very confused, and I'm sure Harlan.
Yeah, are you sitting?
Well-
Is he sitting?
No, they're standing.
Please sit. Please sit. We have
And don't
much
sip
to
anything.
inform you.
Harlan comes over and he's like,
We're
my
from the
lord,
future.
we might want to go into the other room here. You might want to sit
Yes.
down.
We haven't spoken.
I'll bring out some refreshments. It seems like you guys have a lot to catch up on. And he leads you guys over to another room.
Okay. And we'll do all the re-explaining and everything. We don't want to kill all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys go through and explain to them about how the village has, not the village that they know.
Early.
You guys tell them about how this foreman, Gilius, replaced their former foreman, Doolin.
Their former foreman.
The captain of the guard, Maxold, replaced Kolos.
That's it.
And Vlad
What? That
replaced Kareem.
guy. Abdul.
And you kind of get them up to speed. Question: do you guys mention Kara?
We brought her remains with us. She's
No wonder
No, I'm
it's so
joking.
sparkly.
I don't know if you're being serious or not, so it's kind of like,
No, I wouldn't.
okay, I mean,
I wouldn't do that to Kara.
There's other
Yeah.
things,
To
but
them,
not
I wouldn't
that.
mind. It'd be cool to say because it'd be funny to see them. But for Kara's sake, I wouldn't do that.
There's other things, but not that.
No, because we are the liberators.
I don't think so. But we
Not the liberals, the liberators. There's a difference.
Sybil's liberals.
Oh my goodness. Not the Terminators, the liberators.
Do we want to say that we saw Derek and he was doing a fine job?
Yes, we do.
I'm asking you
Okay.
guys
Yeah.
what else are you
Yeah, we'll
what
inform
other
them.
information
Sure.
you want to give them?
Informing of Derek
Directly,
shouldn't
yeah,
be
she's
too
here.
risky.
She's in this dangerous town. But we'll
Yeah.
say we saw Derek and he was doing a fine job.
And see
There
if
was
any
an
lights
attempt
go
made,
off.
and we saw him deftly remove the threat as they were lying in this.
No, he is good like that. He's
Yeah,
very good
he's
at what he
pretty
does.
good.
It's good
at
from
his
a
job.
window.
We totally just
My
rescued him
goodness.
ourselves, but
Um,
besides, no
So,
big deal.
do you guys have already done so much. Is there a plan to
Isaac.
get rid of these individuals?
Well,
and remove them
reinforcements
from our
coming
village?
2 days from King's Harbor.
Who?
Reinforcements from King's Harbor are coming in 2 days. We've already made some
2
arrangements
days.
with them
Because of the
to
travel.
help
Yes.
protect the townspeople from the Crimson Blade as we take out their leaders.
We would have thought to wait a little longer to approach you with this, but we felt the need that possibly Cogs would get going once part of the occupying force found out that part of it was no longer active. We wanted to make sure that you were informed because, after all, this is everything under you, but yet they've taken it out from under you.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a good point. And they kind of look at each other and are like, we're gonna have to. How are we going to do this so that they don't know for 2 days?
Well, whatever routine
Look
that
like
you
some-
did before
Look like
might
someone
be a
knocked you over the
continuous,
head the
so
whole
that
day.
it doesn't look suspicious. That would,
I'm
cue
sure
them
that
off.
if you don't remember your routine, that Harlem knows
Har-
your routine.
yes.
And
They
just
kinda
make
look
sure
at
you
him
have a
because
zoned out
I,
face.
I can fill you in as best as I can on what your normal routines and duties were, and what you usually were doing on a day-to-day basis.
And you should give that guy a raise. He's been really helpful.
He's been solid.
Not liquid, not
And
gaseous. solid.
the missus, which you, again, is a elven woman, looks at him and goes, "Yeah, honey, I think that would be a good idea." And he's just kind of,
In time.
I suppose, yes, it is worth some extra.
Wish it was
compensation.
my idea.
Anyway,
I just mentioned it because I know he wouldn't ask himself.
He's humble.
Humble as pop.
you're a good man, Harlem. And then he just kind of bows his head and says, "Thank you, sir."
Mm-hmm. Some silver falls off from his pocket.
Not the fine silverware! Oh man. I meant to polish it, honestly.
Next thing you know, a beam falls down, burning. What's the point of these push-ups? No.
All right. So,
Lift the kingdom up. No.
I'm assuming you all have somewhere to stay in the village, or are you staying outside, or?
Yep.
Well, they have a spot in the village, but I was actually staying here. So.
Because
I
they're
see. Well, I mean,
fading
you're more than welcome. And the only reason I was asking is I don't know exactly what our routines were, and I'm not exactly sure who
We would
is here,
continue.
so I don't know if
we would
they
continue our same routine, so things wouldn't look odd. So
Agreed. Okay, well then that's settled. You know what? Your guys' stay for the remainder of when you're in Whetstone is on the house. I don't know if that was previously done, but it is now. You guys, your
Hand the money back.
our original agreement for helping with the mines to help clear the creatures out and to find what was at the bottom of this, wasn't that in writing that we had?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was right.
You guys tell
it
me
was
what
written
it
was.
down.
It was in
I have
writing.
it. It's
Yeah.
25%.
25% off Imbuminite purchases.
25% off all purchases of Imbuminite and Whetstone.
And wasn't there 400 gold or something?
What?
no,
Wasn't
you
it
guys agreed to do it just for the
percent?
the
I
percentage
think
off.
we just did it for the percent off.
Because they
Okay.
offered you
'Cause that was
400
talk.
gold, and
Okay.
then you guys were like,
That's
well,
minuscule.
let's
It-
up the
Yeah.
ante
It's
a little
short
bit.
term. We were looking at long term. Okay, then I didn't
We were
say
looking
anything
at
about
long
that.
term.
Just
It's
the
an
original
investment.
agreement at 25%. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was for that.
Alright.
Yeah.
So this is a continuation of other things also.
While
So.
they're kind of getting everything settled and whatever, I'm gonna take like a sidebar and call Cara and let her know.
Is that a dry bar or a wet bar?
Okay.
It's dry.
Okay.
Hello.
Cara, it worked.
Get me out of
We were
here.
able to get it done. I didn't tell your parents that you're here because I didn't know what you wanted to do. But
Well, I don't
Well,
want
you
to
did
smell
now,
like
you're
onions,
speaking
but I
out
do.
loud.
Oh, yeah.
Thing about any of the changes, so we're trying to catch them up to speed. It
Okay.
looks like we're gonna try and wait out the 2 days until King's Harbor forces show up. We just hope nothing happens before then.
Well, we might have to take on a wizard in
That's
between.
I'm cool.
So am I destined to smell like onions for the next 2 days, or what? What is my role in this?
You talk to the resistance, get them ready, tell them that the Lord and Lady are with them. They're on their side now. They know what's happening,
Morale.
and they want these people gone as much as they do.
Okay, so can I tell them that the Lord and Lady are with them now? Physically and
Yeah.
mentally.
I mean,
They're so
clearly
not used
they
to
know
that.
how to keep a secret. So, because they haven't been,
Were they ever
Yeah.
really with them though?
Okay, gotcha.
Are they even really now?
Okay.
I must possess the people again.
keep it on.
Ah!
Make sure you only tell people that you can trust.
Oh,
Because
for
if the word
sure.
gets out that their prize hostages are kind of on the loose,
Then it's chaos.
Oh, for sure,
then
yeah.
chaos might happen tonight.
Then we
No
have to
doubt.
kill everyone.
2 days from now.
What's that?
Then we have to kill everyone.
Everyone. Everyone. The Liberators against the Crimson Blade.
You stole a sweet roll, so you took out the whole town, so you wouldn't go to prison.
Yeah.
What a story that would be.
Who would
We had to
sing
kill
songs?
The whole town because there were too many witnesses.
Everyone took a sweet roll.
My word.
Oh, strike that from the record.
What record? I don't know what you're talking about. We burn everything at the end of the day. Every note card,
Yeah.
every appendix card, as I accidentally called it today earlier.
Okay, So
I
you
think
guys, what's the rest of the group
You have
doing?
no
We can
opinions.
move
Here's my
on
card.
to that
Yeah.
night with the meeting with the resistance. Unless you guys.
I'm gonna meditate.
Okay.
I'll obviously, yeah. Could I meditate with you and then leave later?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't get much from that last one. It was just 20 minutes.
Okay.
I don't remember. Did I meditate earlier in the day?
Out of
You
there,
meditated
you find
short
out.
break.
You met, yeah.
Yeah,
you-
we did it. So I didn't
Yeah.
get the bonus. Okay. So it was just 1 point for 1 point. Didn't work.
So I'm at 2, and then I get my wisdom modifier. 4 plus U, which is 5.
Yeah. How long do you want to do this? For an hour or so?
Sure, yeah.
How about 2 hours?
I don't need 2 hours, but I can.
Yo, I need 2 hours.
Yeah. We can do that.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody else wants to do, or we can move on to the meeting that night?
To the meeting.
I guess that's it. I mean, I would pray to the Creator during this time frame and ask Him for His good mercies on our endeavors to overcome the evil and to also work on the hearts of the Lord and the Lady for compassion over what's happened, to open their eyes to show that the people are living, feeling people just as the Lord and Lady are, and they all need compassion. And maybe not as equals, but that they have a right to a certain lifestyle that's
Not just existing.
yes, above existing.
Okay. Anybody else? Who all wants to go to the meeting?
Oh, I want to go to the meeting. I want to see about the onions I've heard about.
How big is this fruit cellar?
Okay.
Say again?
She's staying in a room at the manor.
Yeah.
Like she was.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not very good at sneaking, so it wouldn't do good for me to sneak
Right.
out. at
You're too
night,
flashy.
Show up and just tell everybody basically where you guys are.
And that would look odd anyways. Right, we're trying to
yeah,
stay.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay.
So,
That's 6 more points.
what are the Vigons going, or?
Probably
I'm gonna talk to the
not. I
dragon.
don't think we'd be able to contribute.
Okay. Are you doing that during the day?
Hey man,
What?
Are you doing this during the day, or what? Sybil.
oh, it'll be like at night in my room by myself.
Oh, so I could have stayed up there for another hour.
Okay, let's do that because it's after 4, and I can do the meeting and everything
Okay.
after 5 if it goes that long. So we'll do you talking with the dragon.
Oh, okay.
With the jerk.
Okay, so you're in your room, and you have your blade out, and
Yeah.
you start focusing on your bond with this weapon, and you close your eyes, and suddenly when you open them, you are no longer in your room. You are now in a dark room where there seems to be ripples that are going out from your feet where you're standing, and it seems like underneath your feet there's like stone, but it seems like there's a tiny bit of water for whatever reason, and there's these little ripples that are going out, and you can hear a little bit of motion in the room, but you can't really see whatever is making the sound. And then you see this head appear out of the darkness in front of you, no longer red,
What?
but blue.
Ooh, blue.
It's about
Hello,
time.
young one.
Hello.
What brings you here?
I just figured we should have an actual communication about some of our goals and perceived prowesses. So we're not asking things of each other that we apparently cannot provide. I want to make sure we have a solid business kind of relationship where, I work with you and you work with me. We seem to have gotten off a little bit of not understanding what our relationship and our goals are. So I'd like to clear some of that up if we can.
Understandable. Ah, yes, I do apologize for the inconvenience of offering one thing and then later not being able to produce that for you. That was a momentary burst of power that was unexpected. You see, at the height of my power, I'm able to do some pretty powerful things and able to enable you to use them, but I am not at that full ability and I'm not at the strength that I once was. But as you grow in strength, as do I, and as our bond grows stronger, so does my strength as well. And eventually, and hopefully, Creator willing, that I will be able to be restored to my former strength and be able to offer these things to you. But that was a momentary lapse in my judgment of thinking that I could offer that consistently, and I am not at this point. So I do apologize for that.
And I was a little upset in the moment because, my friends were getting eaten and I was getting eaten and I was in a little bit of like a panic about being eaten, as one does when they're about to be eaten. So I just, I might have jumped and been a little bit hasty in that judgment, but I also was feeling like, slightly betrayed in a little bit of a way, which I hope you understand. I don't know if dragons have ever had the fear of being eaten, but humans do, and I did. So if you can understand that at all, I understand. But could I ask, how exactly did you get stuck? Are you stuck here? Well, how did you get here? And if you, it might be a little bit insensitive, but why is your head a different color?
Yes. Well, as I said before, as your strength grows and our bond strengthens, so does my strength, and my strength returns to me, along with my abilities and the things that I am able to offer you as my wielder. This is just part of that and part of my strength returning. And you watch as from the part of the neck that you can see, suddenly you see the scales start almost like flipping and rotating. If you can imagine, kind of like the live action Mystique scale look whenever she transforms into something. It's kind of like that. And it goes up through the neck and comes down to the nose, and suddenly the scales are now red.
That helps me know how many heads you have. I appreciate that.
Yes, I only have one. I am not a Hydra. Dragons only have one head.
Unless you're a, Kermit, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, good. So, I know I'm supposed to find a door somewhere. Do you maybe know where that door is, or can lead me in the right direction? Are you gonna, give me this little gold thread that I can follow to the door when I get within, 100 feet of it? Or, what is this door and why is it important?
strengthen our bond even more, but I think it would also answer some questions for you that you don't even know that you want to have answered.
Okay, so you don't know where it is?
At one time, I probably did, but currently, I do not. And I am sorry.
Do you know the continent that it's on? Is it
What
on
continent
Praxis?
are we on now?
Praxis.
She is. Don't know where he is.
That
Is it named
seems to be. That sounds correct to me. I can sense the location to an extent, but only when it is close and whether I'm close to it. But I can tell you now that I'm not. We are not close to the door.
Okay. Were we ever at one point?
Not while you and I have been bonded, no.
Okay. Good to know, good to know. It's not in King's Harbor. Alright. Who was the last person that was bonded to you? Was it Belmont? Somebody?
Yes, it was a Belmont.
Was it? Or which one?
Okay.
You're not getting
Alright.
that easy.
That was a long time ago.
Uncle Bell.
I can't grab my phone, so. So
Let me bring up my notes. Plot points, Belmont, damn it. Blah, blah, blah.
Do you want to know how many years ago that was?
Yeah. Ancient relic, ask of judges, takes the form. Okay. Last. It was in like the second age or something.
It was a year.
It has something to do with a vault sometime during the Great War of the Third Age. Okay. The paper.
Are you waiting for something from him, or?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see, like, do you remember how long it's been since someone,
Oh.
like...
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were waiting for an answer.
No, it's okay. I also was trying to look it up at the same time, and I'm not finding it.
You're both fishing.
It has
Yeah.
been. Seems a very long time. I don't think it's been an age, but close to it, maybe.
And what would you just, like, back there?
7
Yeah,
years ago.
Abraham Lincoln was black.
Let me look at my.
That's why he's only in black and white photos.
Let me look at my world
Saw that on
history.
TikTok.
You
Black
think,
guys
you
trying to say
think that
Abraham Lincoln was black.
people want to say that people are racist today? Well, once upon a time, it was black and white photos. I'm
All
like,
the time. Yeah. They were just liberated for color. The liberators.
the only kind of movies we have.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Racist movies.
Yes.
You said I looked like someone that you knew. Who was that?
I just have a face. What can I say?
Like a totem
One of
pole.
those faces.
I love this grabbing all this
Okay, so you guys know that you guys are within the 10,000 AGC range, which is after the Great Collapse, which is what AGC stands for, which is part of the Fifth Age. And his answer to the last time that he would have been, or the last time that he can remember actually being bonded or wielded by someone that was bonded to him, would have been close to the turning of the age. So it would have been probably a good 600 to 1,000 years, maybe. What was your other question, Kim?
Okay, when we first met, you said that I looked kind of familiar, or something like that. Why? How?
Well, I mean, everyone from your family has a similar resemblance
Close beady eyes.
to each other. It's very hard to miss.
What,
It
the
would
Van
be-
Boston?
He has a
From the mom's side.
look of almost like the turned head look of like a dog, kind of like,
Like, that's
What?
not the right name.
yeah, kind of.
Okay. I mean, it might be like my mom, whatever her name is.
Maiden.
Okay, so what name would you ascribe to someone who looks like me in my family line?
A Belmont.
What?
With a B. Belmont.
You know, okay, correct me if I'm completely wrong.
You are.
Belmonts are elves, or at least half elven.
Or human.
It matters what half you would.
Yeah.
Okay, because the last Belmont I knew was a half elf, so I just kind of assumed they were elves because everything about their family was written in, Elvish.
And you do not know Elvish?
I know some.
Hi,
I
Ellen.
picked it up from the other elf in our group, but I didn't really know it before then.
It came
See,
easy.
this other name that you mentioned, Van Maasdam.
The family.
And you hear him, you see his head start moving around a little bit, and you hear a little bit of more commotion on the other end of the room, and then you see two claws, or his legs, feet suddenly appear into view, and there's chains that are connected
Right.
to
I was going to
The-
ask about those next.
Yep. Connected to the bottom of where his leg / foot would connect, right there at that joint. And each of them has like a circular clamp that's around it, and he just kind of like lays almost like a lion, but puts his like claws over each other. That name is unfamiliar to me, and I don't know why they would be calling you Van Maasdam. What does this Van Maasdam family look like? Do they look like you?
Yeah.
Human.
Human?
Yeah, human.
White hair?
A valid question. Honestly, my dad has some white hair.
Is it because of
Getting there,
age, or is it just
human.
naturally that color?
Or raising you.
It's
Age,
a-
natural, or raising you.
It's a good question. What does Colton want me to say here?
I was going to say it was probably because of age. And that
Okay.
your silver hair is more of a natural silver hair.
Yeah,
Possibly
yeah.
from
I was
mom.
born with silver hair. Yeah.
Not with thick
Yes, and how you know that you were born with silver hair.
I mean, that's what I was told, and I've had it as long as I can remember.
It seems there's something going on that even I don't know.
Through the blood.
Good.
He can't just write the family tree out and show.
I was like, I could try and go back to our archive and try and figure it out, but I'm a
Maybe
human.
this would
I can't
be.
see in the dark. I'm
This
not
is
an
also
elf.
probably a good reason why it would be good to find the door. And maybe these questions that you have could be answered.
Is the door elven?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a. You gotta ask.
Okay. Do you know who made the door? Is that where you are? Why are you chained up?
These chains are a representation of my strength being not as it was. As our bond grows stronger and as you grow stronger, these chains will no longer be an issue and they will be broken. But as I am prone into disuse and not used, my strength wanes.
Okay. What was the first question?
Just recently?
Yeah, I said two things.
Yeah, what was the door of elven descent? Who made the door?
Where? Yeah. Do you know who made the door?
I would assume your family, the Belmonts.
Alright. My dad is kind of close. Theoretically, if he doesn't just somehow teleport
There's another
to another
living Belmont.
before I get to him, we can talk about this and try and straighten a few things out.
You just lost a sword to your dad. Good job.
There's another living Belmont, you know. Your dad?
I mean, I guess technically he's a Van Mossdom. I didn't even hear the name Belmont until I went to a different town, Morningdale.
I
What
see.
towns do you remember? That might give me a
Well,
place to start.
from what you are describing to me and how much time has passed, the world that I am familiar with is probably way different than what you are living in now.
That is probably true, but we have some grand historians in a giant library 3 days northeast of here. West. Northwest.
Northeast.
I
East?
see.
Northeast.
You have a grand library on Praxis.
As far as I'm aware, it's really big. It's one of
Is
the biggest
it
ones up
in the
south.
Crystal City or
Did you hear what he said?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it said it's in a city. Is that right?
Crystal City? Is it in the Crystal
Oh.
City?
I mean, I've never been there. I assume there's a big one there, but a big one on our side of the continent is in Kings Harbor.
They have a grand library in the small village of Kings Harbor.
Well, it's a bit bigger than you remember it now. It's pretty big. It takes a whole day to walk across it from one side to the other.
For a human.
Ah,
Yeah, with traffic. That's counting the red lights.
well, that is something. I guess some time has passed.
Yeah, I guess 1,000 years will do that to somebody. But if it makes you feel better, the Crystal City is still there.
Well, that's good to hear. It would not be good if the Crystal City fell.
Is that one of the only names you remember?
Every servant of the Creator that has ever set foot on Praxis knows the Crystal City.
Also true. So is that the only name of any importance that you remember from your time?
Mom.
Yeah.
I remember. Hold on. Let me pull my map out.
Alright. Sounds good. I'll get Isaac to look these up later.
I remember my dragon scooter. It was so fun.
Like I remember anything from my history classes.
When I fell down and made that canal.
I remember a grand city reaching up into the trees. And a massive tree somewhere along the northern part of Praxis. The name is escaping me, but it was almost like the trees were alive in a way. And the occupants that were living there had such harmony with nature and trees and
the
plants
mountains.
around.
Love nature. Okay. So.
And an old friend,
Okay.
which is why I remember it, but for some reason the name is escaping me. Perhaps it will return in time.
I struggle with it too. Okay, can I use my history to see if I know of any giant cities in the north and a big...
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. That's a 17 out of 12.
Okay.
No. No, I've never heard of such a place.
Yeah, nothing's really coming to mind.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like anything I've heard of, but I've got a lot of smart friends. I know some teachers and professors that they're into this kind of stuff. It's the mystery. They love the puzzle. Okay, is there anything that so I've asked a lot of questions. Is there anything that you would like to ask me? Seeing as this, two-way kind of a thing, like, is there anything you need me to know or want me to do? Something you need?
Continue to grow, and that would be my only request. Although I do still have questions about this Van Mosdem family.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know I had any questions about it, but I definitely do now. Do you have, like, an actual name, or are you just the dragon?
A
Like,
name.
do I just call you dragon, or, like, can we call you something else? Or, like, do you want a name, or do you just want to be the dragon, or did the other
Most
Belmonts
only
call you
refer to
something?
me as the dragon or dragon, but if you want to come up with a name, by
I just
all
feel like
means.
that would help the whole relationship thing go a little bit more than just, yo, dragon. You'd be like, yo, human. Like, that seems a little insensitive. So I was just wondering if you had, like, a name. Or if you think maybe you want to be called, like, an attribute of the creator or something. Or, something that you like. An element of the trees and nature that you preferred or something like that.
I'll have to think on this a bit. I'm sure at one point it has been a long time since I've gone by my real name. Give me time to think about this. I'll get back to you.
Alright, very good. Are you kind of aware of what we're, like, doing at any given time? Like, how aware are you?
I'm aware enough. I can't see, but I do have there's a sense that I have. I can sense things, like when you're sad, when you're happy, when you're scared, when you're worried, things like that. I can sense other objects of power as well whenever they are in close proximity to you or
He
me.
senses me.
But
Okay.
the general day-to-day things, no. I don't
I see.
know what goes on a general day-to-day basis.
Alright, do you happen to know or remember what happened to the last Belmont who was kind of hanging out with you? Like, why he stopped, or, like, what happened to him?
You see he raises his head as if he's trying to think. And then he looks back down at you and his eyes meet yours. And you're thrust into kind of like a vision or a memory of a young man wielding a sword. He's in the middle of a conflict, and you're seeing it from kind of like a side view, almost from this, like if the sword has had an eye from like the side of its hilt, kind of like that perspective. But he's in the middle of a conflict, and suddenly there's a abrupt stop, as if everything, like the conflict, has stopped. And he slowly walks forward, and the blade is extended out. You're not able to see what it is extended out to, but you hear the words, "You are finished." And then you hear a laugh. You think that ending my life, that's the end of it all? It has only just begun, and you and your family, you think that you can beat all of us, but you have no idea the power that we have. You have no idea the positions that we've gotten into. You have no idea the power that we have, the power that we hold. And how could you? You're just a mere human. But take my life. Can't say that it will save the rest of your family. And you see as the blade, with just deafening speed, swings, and there's a splash of crimson. And the vision fades and comes back. You're now in a town, walking the streets. It is early morning, probably, by the way that it looks. And the sun's not quite up yet. And the door opens, and you hear a sob and crying, and you can feel the emotion of loss and heartbreak. And the vision fades. That is The only thing I can remember from the last wielder, but I wish there was more. Perhaps in time I'll be able to remember more, but as
You were into some deep stuff.
well, Belmonts have a tendency of finding trouble and dealing with it.
Good thing you're not one of them.
You seem to be not wrong.
But I'm glad we had this time to talk and get to know each other
Yeah,
a little deeper.
same. It's nice to actually kind of know still a little bit more about what's happening.
Agreed.
Yeah. Alright. I think
And
that's all the
another thing is during this conversation, after he moved his claws or his arms, yeah, I guess it'd be claws, out into where you could see his scales shift back and forth. They shift between blue and red. And you can see as the scales that you can see on his claws coming down to his paw, I guess you would call it. You can see that the scales also go down to there and change as well. Just a word of note.
What's your mother's maiden name? Or don't you know?
Me?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I didn't think it mattered.
Well, apparently it does.
Apparently it does.
You better use that stone and talk to Mom before you go to bed tonight.
Okay. Cool. Alright. Good talk.
Yes, I
Ooh.
agree.
Ooh, secondary thought. There's another really powerful sword that maybe you've heard of, maybe.
As you say that, he squints his eyes down at you, almost as if he already knows what you're going to say.
Okay, yeah. Have you ever heard of Willbreaker?
Even with the mention of the name, it almost seems like the whole room that you're in starts shaking, and you can sense a growl coming from the dragon with the mention of the name. Yes, I am familiar with this sword.
Alright, okay. I am too, unfortunately. People have been looking for it.
That does not spell good things at all if anyone is looking for
Yeah, I think
that
it
sword.
just got stolen like a week ago.
Hopefully, it can be found soon or be lost and never found again.
Did you ever tangle with Willbreaker before?
You hear a little bit more motion and more of his body becomes visible in this dark interior, and you can see now the side of him, and he has this big gash along his side. Yeah, you could say that.
Holy cow. That looks really painful. Can you, like, I don't know, like, this might again verge on the territory of the insensitive, but can you, like, die?
All living things live and die.
Are you living?
Okay, because I kind of, like, was under the impression that you were, like, a sword.
Yeah.
How alive are you exactly? You're not a sword? You just power the sword? How are you and the sword connected? Now I have more questions.
As a oddity of my kind, I decided to serve the Creator, and because of that, I was blessed with great power. But even with that, with everything that the Creator does, the deceiver always tries to match. And that is where Willbreaker came into play.
Hold on, Willbreaker is like your evil twin?
In a sense.
So who's behind Windbreaker?
Yes,
Willbreaker.
Like dragon in Willbreaker?
And yes, it is a dark story and a tragic story, that of me and Willbreaker, the object or object that you would call Willbreaker. To me, it is not an object, but it is family. But as I said, all living things live and die. It's different when it comes to me and objects like me that have been empowered in the sense that this weapon that I now reside in has been empowered, but objects of great power are able to affect relics such as me and that of Willbreaker. But when it comes to lesser objects of empowerment, they have no effect, I guess you could say.
Go. Do you see my Kayla? You done? Alright. Man, why do you always attack God so viciously? Come here. Come here, you little nutty. You're still on the leash. Come here. Let me take it off. Come here. I can't leave the house or I'll lose Colton. Come here. Sorry, struggles.
Clone
Struggle
yourself.
is real. Clone yourself. Cloning is
Bad.
not bad.
Yeah, worked for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And Fetterman apparently now. Replacement. So Willbreaker is supported like his sword. There's another entity that gives it its power. It's not just a simple empowered item. It has a living empowerment.
Yeah.
So somewhere there's another being that is sort of isolated but is used in this weapon.
These essentially are living relics.
Well, basically they're caged into this relic out of duty.
Yep. Which explains why it was so rusty and looks like it was in disrepair, and
That's-
then
yeah.
suddenly
Yeah.
it was restored.
Life goes back into it. Because
Yep.
So what would happen if the weapon was thrown into a forge and they melted it down? His connection to it would disappear?
It's possible.
And then wait for another one dedicated towards him so he could retake his position in different options.
It depends. It depends on. Throwing it in a forge wouldn't break it. These. Because it is not just the empowerment that you're trying to fight or that you're trying to beat. You're now dealing with the will of a living.
So you're saying the will is what protects it more than just an empowerment?
Yeah.
I understand. But I suppose if you bombard it over and over and over and try to specifically destroy it over years, he would fail sooner or later.
Like the best time to try to break it would have been when you guys found it.
Because no one at that time has been able to revive
Would
him
have
to
been
power.
bonded to it or anything.
But as he said in this conversation, items of great power are also able to have an effect on other items of similar power.
Right.
So something like to that power level or another living relic could possibly break it if used.
Because it's of equal power.
Okay.
It's like two
Hey,
legendary actions.
Because it's now two wills going
Yeah.
at each other.
Summers, what are you doing?
Okay.
Fancy boy.
All right, you back for conversation, or are you finishing up?
Yeah, come here. Here. Come here, little
On my way.
Alright, sit.
Sitting.
Sit. What? That's dogs. You already had boys.
Doug is still there?
Alright. Yeah, Doug and Michaela came over. Doug is here.
Okay.
Because Michaela wanted to see the rabbits. Alright,
Rabbits.
that's this way.
The wascally one.
Waxly rabbits.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye, everyone.
2.5 hours.
You No, you stay outside. You're not gonna run around inside. Crazy. No. Alright. Alright, let's see. Last thing I said, blah blah. Willbreaker. Okay, Willbreaker, dragon knows about it, sword, and was wounded by it. Is his evil twin of swords. And is alive. 2. Okay, anything else with that I missed?
No, that's pretty much the extent of it.
So Willbreaker is Willbreaker is alive and is a dragon. Did he say that it was like his fault and that it was really sad? Like what did he say?
He said that their history, or his history with Willbreaker is a sad one. Is
Okay.
Muku melancholy.
a hurtful and a
because,
sad
like,
history.
lost or sad because like you knew him and he went bad. I don't want to like bring up all of your
Yeah, he didn't really go into detail in that regard.
Gotcha. Okay. only known someone for a couple of weeks would share. So I appreciate your openness and honesty on these regards.
Because he's desperate.
He's lonely. He hasn't talked to anyone
Nice.
in a really long time.
I've been here for
It's
600
like
years.
Genie popping
He's
out of
been
the
in the
bottle
closet
with
for a while.
Aladdin.
You are my wielder now, and I am with you to the end of the line.
This could be in one more.
Alright.
Basmati.
Alright, Dragon, old boy. Well, right now, I don't know if you're completely aware, but we're in the middle of saving a town. So, let's get her done.
Sounds like something a Belmont would do.
I suppose so. For now, hopefully, good night.
Good night.
And your
Alright.
vision comes back, and you open your eyes, and now you're in your room.
And your sword flames. And you hear a voice. Just joking.
The blade warms up a little bit, but it was really just because your hand was there really long.
Gotcha. Alright. Good chat, good chat, good chat.
Okay, let's go kill the town.
Chop, chop.
All right.
Stab, stab.
All right, so
It's over.
the meeting.
Poke, poke.
Torvine was
Buddy.
going, and Kara was
Bunt.
going.
Okay.
Okay,
Onion
so
brigade.
during the night,
Yes.
you guys are in the root cellar, and
Go rutabaga around. Find out some
similar to
This place
the
is
meeting
pretty
that
big.
you had earlier with you
very
and
homey
Derek
for the
being
short
there.
one.
What's that?
I said very homey for the short one.
Yeah.
Smells like
Um,
dirt.
Rudy.
You guys hear footsteps above, and then you hear the muffled, like people talking, and then
Charlie Brown's t-shirt.
footsteps, and then eventually you hear the root cellar open, and in walks Safi. Soren, the you recognize him from the mine.
Yeah, and Valette.
And then
Mr. Sparkle
Omar,
Pants.
which you have not met.
No, I don't know. Is she a Congress lady?
No,
Guy. Oh, okay. Well.
The guy I talked to through the
well,
stone earlier.
nowadays.
Congressperson.
All right, and they gather around the table and introduce themselves, and Omar says, "All right." Looks over to Kara and says, "What do you guys have?"
We have no banana. No.
I didn't fill in the rest of the group because I knew that I just told them that we needed to have this meeting to get them up to speed on what has transpired.
We have discovered the humanoid creatures that have been in the mine. We discovered how those came about, and a little bit of an idea of how that came about. We snuffed out the party responsible for that part of the situation that the whole town and the miners have been going through.
Soren speaks up. Who was making these creatures? Where did they come from?
Was someone that you would have been familiar with from working in the mine.
It gives you like
The eyebrow.
the question like, huh?
When again did your mining foreman change?
Right about the time that the rest of this group showed up.
Well,
The Crimson.
that be he.
The foreman?
The noob on the block.
He's already like leaning forward on the table, and he just like He hits the table and he's like, can't believe that this was going on right under our noses.
Mm-hmm. But yes, he is.
And nobody's doing
responsible.
anything about it. He said, I'm glad you guys took care of it.
Mm-hmm. He was responsible for many of the things in the mine.
So where were these creatures?
Where were they?
Like, what were they? Where did they come from?
What were they? He created them
Okay.
Out of miners.
with an E, not an O.
So you're telling me
They were.
he was
He
Townspeople.
making these
He was
things
experimenting
out
on
of
them.
our own people?
Yes.
He was experimenting on them and corrupting them for his own purposes.
Like, he like, turns around and walks away from the table and he's just like,
Flustered,
yeah, like,
Oh,
he's
Is there
just,
garlic in here?
probably.
I'd like to put one where he hit last time. Put it right there, see if he'll smack it.
What?
It's good to see the garlic is smacked and it opens up.
La Fragrant.
Yeah.
Tormund's a little
You're putting
distracted.
garlic there?
Yeah.
Okay.
He hit the table last time right there. I want to see if he smacks it again.
Okay.
Be productive.
Alright. Alright. Omar speaks on and is like, alright. So that's taken care of. The question is, no, he didn't leave the basement.
Okay, alright.
He just,
okay.
he like
He just
walked,
turned
he just
and
like,
paced
he
a
started
little
like
bit.
pacing back and forth between the wall and the
Okay.
table and he's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
alright.
I need
I
a
can't
minute, like,
even.
like, yeah, that kind
Then
of reaction.
And that's Omar.
No,
That's Soren.
Soren.
The one that you
Soren.
met in the mine.
That's right. Yeah,
gave me
the
the-
dark skin
Yeah.
that I gave the ring and stuff to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one who gave the look.
Omar's like, alright, so Gilius is gone.
Yes. Finito DeVito.
Now the question is how long is it going to be until the others realize that he's not running the mine anymore?
Well, we have some good news.
Okay, well, good news that's always good.
Naturally. We have we've already had it on good authority that the Lord and the Lady have had their mental fog lifted and are aware mentally of what is going on so far and are aware that the town has been taken over by a different party and they are willing to lend their support to us in any way
I don't
possible.
know much of what the Lord and Lady plan on doing. I mean, they don't really have a town's guard at this point.
No, but our party has already taken steps to make sure that reinforcements from King's Harbor are arriving here at Whetstone within about 2 days.
There's people coming
Yes.
from King's Harbor
Yes.
in 2 days.
Yes, in favor of the resistance.
Soren at this point comes back to the table and goes, "Now we're talking."
Yes!
Who wants garlic bread? You already smelled like onions, now you smell like garlic and onions.
And he kind of like hits the table.
No
and
one
just
will guess where we're having our secret meetings. No one will guess as we go throughout the town. Fragrant of garlic
I have been itching
and
to
mud.
dish out some pain to these guys since they got here. Do we know? You saying it's 2 days from now?
Yes, that is when they will arrive.
Okay, and Omar's like, well, we have to survive 2 days. So, Soren, do you guys think that the miners, you guys can keep everything?
You can distract them like that. You'll be fine.
You think you can keep
They
Gilius's
women are very
not being around low key long enough for those reinforcements to arrive? Well, I mean, the other two don't really come to the mine much. I mean, it's more. I mean, there's Gilius usually leaves the mine and usually goes to see Maxwell. So, but that doesn't happen very often. Neither Fled or Maxwell really visit the mine. So, I don't think a couple days is gonna be hard to do. But yeah, we'll definitely keep things going as if, everything's going on as usual.
I would like to suggest that we would make sure that none of the Crimson Order guards would go down to where
As deep in the mine as we
Gilius's
did.
mining area was. So that way they're not able to see that Gilius is no longer.
Well, none of them have gone that deep into the mine.
They've always stayed at the tip.
Oh yeah,
the
yeah. No,
level?
I don't want to go down there.
Okay,
No.
all right. Because if someone did go down there, then they would obviously
Become part of the
witness
experiment.
that their
Like a
boss
fool.
is no longer active.
Yep.
The question is from what you guys are saying, I'm questioning if they even knew that
What was going on down
what
there?
was going on down there anyway.
Well, one hand
I
doesn't
mean,
always boss
Gilius
the
was
other.
always kind of the outcast of the group anyway.
Well, that's good for us
But
because
regardless, I mean, it would be good to
yeah,
keep it on the down low
Yes.
because they might get the idea that somebody's coming for them.
And the Lord and Lady have already assured us that they will do their best to make sure that nothing seems out of the new ordinary
right.
over the next 48-hour period, which will help
Soren
as well.
kind of rolls his eyes and he's like, "Yeah, well, we'll see how much that's worth." And Safi's like, "Yeah, really."
Well, this is their time to show the worth.
Well, all I can say is don't be surprised when they just.
As well
Give
as
it
that, the other thing we will have to be aware of is how often were the miners going missing before. If they go 48 hours without anybody in the mine going missing, that might be something that would be nice. So we can steal a couple.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's something that we can do, but generally that would mean them sending somebody over as they did sending the guards, and then they're going to want to talk to Gilius. So
Yeah, they're probably low key on that.
yeah.
What they don't know.
Plus,
over-
these incursions aren't something that happens,
every day.
every day or every other day or whatever. It's
Okay.
usually it's
Spontaneous.
Yeah, it's random.
And they did see us go down and eliminate and come back with miners.
Soren was there. when
So,
it was
as far as they know, either it's going to be at a low roar if it does happen again, or not happen at all, because we did weed out from their perception what was down in the mines further down. So, they might even think, good, at least that won't happen.
or in
anytime
favor
soon.
of us in general.
Well, I can tell you, none of them even know anything about these creatures or what they even looked like because all of them were too scared to even go down.
Well, it's because they're hired. They have nothing personally investment, like the townsfolk who live and breathe this town.
I mean, we don't
Yes.
really have much of a choice. Let's go
No.
down there or.
Correct. So they counted on that to feed the twistedness that he put
The
people
twisted
through.
humanoids.
Yes. I mean, the two of them we found down there were already on a table, ready to be injected with this goo to turn them into these trollish beasts. Actually, one more thing, they were doing imbumonite mining, and with these beasts, and these beasts would pile it in the center of a room, and they would literally remove the imbumonite without any records. It was being stolen right from underneath it. Free.
That's why they didn't want us in the mine. Makes total sense now. That's what the all stops were for. That's why they pulled all of us up to the second level. But why are they pulling in humanite?
Imbumonite can be used for good or evil.
But why? Why do it secretly? I mean, they control the whole village. Why wouldn't?
If you wanted to get something for free and still not be found out, wouldn't you take that route more than somebody buy imbumonite?
But nobody's asking questions anyway. They control the whole village. Why would they need to do cloak and dagger like that?
It's still for that way any stranger can come in buy imbuement,
I guess, I mean, that.
and still not be
But
logged
at the
in.
same time, they could always just write it off. Oh, this is just normal procedure.
Their customers were unsavory customers
That's not
of a high level,
surprising.
not just bad. They were deeply evil and want to be under the radar and don't know. They don't want people to know that they came to acquire imbuement.
They had garlic in their soul.
I mean, he like.
A deeper evil than we
he has a
can
look of
comprehend.
recognition of kind of like what you're trying to get at,
Yeah,
but at the
yeah,
same time,
yeah.
he's just like.
Okay, all right, fine.
Huh?
I'll
Like,
do it. I'll
dark, like
I'll do it.
evil. Okay,
I'll do it.
yeah. Anybody that's bad.
In my pouch, I pull out this fur.
What's that?
This is a unique fur that is only found in an evil supernatural beast. It is called a night dwell. A night dwell is an enhanced beast straight from the deceiver that uses enchantment empowerments directly. And if one of these beasts is able to acquire imbumonite, it may make items strictly for evil purposes.
You're telling me that one of these creatures has been showing up in the mine.
In the bottom line, getting free
Uh,
imbuement. And Gillies was the supplier. He was in league.
Or was Gilius just the person there to make sure that the there's no telling what was going on. That's a problem. That means that we still can't go down to that vein and mine.
Correct.
If there's a evil creature like that showing up and just randomly.
That needs to be tended to after we eliminate the infestation that's in the town now. That'll be a
Agreed.
secondary.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
And
Is
you
there
won't
more
be
down
alone.
there?
Of creatures.
No more imbumonite? Like,
Yes.
He's not going to show up and there's not going to be like none there and then he's going to get mad and kill all of us.
No, we don't know when he shows up. We just know there's evidence that he
Well,
was
obviously
there.
it's during an all stop.
Yes.
Because that would be my guess of why they're pulling all of us out.
Okay. All right. We have a booklet that shows.
Well, you're just
Yeah.
a well of information.
I know. Here it is.
Sure, if you
Right here, and
will.
I'll show him the booklet and I'll hand it to him.
Starts looking through and he goes, "Where did you find this?"
This was in Gilius's desk.
It was in G-Man's
These
desk,
are-
man.
This is every day that we've had an all stop. This is the time. There's one set
So
for.
he knows what it means.
Yeah,
days
he
from
mentioned
now.
even the name of it,
Okay.
of the all stops. So this shows a correlation of, and he already said this explains why they have them, so everyone's cleared out, so they can take advantage of that time frame. And this is just the time frames that he can line up and say, "Yep, this is what's going on."
Okay.
If ever put before a court of law.
Okay. Well, at least we have an idea of when this creature is planning on showing up, at least for a little bit. Maybe, well, probably wouldn't be good to clear out all of the imbumonite, because then if he shows up and it's not
It's
there,
right.
then,
For right now,
that's another problem for another day. We need to
After.
deal with, yeah. Okay.
Oh yes, I'm not too sure. The force is coming from King's Harbor. I don't know if they're all just warrior men or if there is a high level cleric coming. That I can't say, but I do know there are high level clergy that are officially from that city that can come down and help us deal with the supernatural in the future. I am not strong enough to do such things, but I know there are high level clergy in other places that can. But for here, you're right, we need to concentrate on what's close at hand and then tackle the next issue.
Okay.
I think we'll be
All right. Oh. Speaking of the mine, Soren reaches into his pocket
Oh, he's got one too.
and pulls out that note that you gave.
Yeah.
And he hands it over to the woman that is in the room with you, not Kara, but
Right.
the other one. And hands it to her and says, "Safi, I'm sorry," and just leaves it with her. Safi opens it, kind of puts her hand up. You can see tears forming on her, along her eyes, and running down her cheeks. Well, at least now I know what happened. Was there a body?
Yes, he was with another miner in an alcove. They were defending themselves from these creatures.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Well, now is not time for dwelling on losses right now. We need to focus on what's ahead. And she puts the note in her pocket. Alright, so what's the plan besides us keeping this low key and making sure that they don't find out within the next 2 days?
Does anyone know the routines of Valed?
Sophie's like, well, I mean, he doesn't really leave the temple much.
That's
He used to go up to the manor occasionally, but he doesn't really do that anymore.
That's good.
Most of the time, I mean,
We
he's
know
usually at the
he
temple.
we
And
know
he does
he
occasionally visit Maxwell, but I mean,
we
it's-
know he supplies some things to the shop.
that's
Empowered
not surprising.
items.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not surprising.
We actually found him empowering an item through enchantments.
That's definitely not surprising.
So you all understand that he is not a priest; he is a wizard.
Are you kidding me? Have you listened to him speak?
No, I have not. Non-inspirational.
Well, I mean, it's inspirational.
There's different
right?
types of inspiration.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. All
Make
right.
them all
Dry
feel
as a
good and
cracker.
everything,
Okay.
but yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Well, the jig is up.
Us
We-
looking at him, he doesn't look like he believes half of what he says anyway.
The only problem is
Like
we
an
don't know
Anglican
how
priest.
powerful in the strength of enchantments that he is. He might be inadequate for what he's doing, obviously, turncoat against the creator. But we do not know how strong he is. Does he have his own personal followers, or is he on his own? The Crimson Blade, do they assign people to him, or they're just in general guarding areas and they just happen to be there?
He came with the group, so I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, we always assumed that Maxwell was the one running the show, so.
There's some parts of the show that he doesn't care about as much as others. They didn't all get along, obviously, from the written word that was in Gillias's book.
Like I said, Gilius always was kind
Right.
of the odd one out.
A question to the
The
storyteller. Gillias, did he wrote something about the head guard,
Maxwell.
Maxwell. He wrote something about the demeanor of Maxwell and something about a personal strength that Maxwell had.
Mm-hmm.
Can we
He's
mention
going
that to
to?
these people in the way the book wrote it, and say, do they have any ideas, or was there any examples of this displayed outwardly that they've recognized,
I mean,
other than
he definitely has an off-putting demeanor. I wouldn't want to mess with a guy, at least not by myself.
Has he ever fought any of the guards
Oh, I mean,
in sight that people have seen? Display certain characteristic in a combat way?
I have seen him, or at least people around the town have seen him, you know, I guess you could say, discipline someone that was out of line in part of their ranks, or someone maybe that didn't meet up to a task or something like that. If you consider throwing a full-grown individual in armor and weapons and whatnot and throwing them one-handed, I mean, seems pretty strong to me. I mean,
Yeah,
it
that's
probably wouldn't be much of an issue for the big folk that you have with you, but for someone his size, it seems a little odd.
Okay. All right. So there's some sort of strength.
He does have a bit of a temper too.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
Alright, guys, I'm peacing out. See you next time.
Piece by piece.
All right.
see
All
you
right.
later.
See ya.
Good luck on your trip and stuff.
Bye, guys. Good luck.
Yep.
Toodles.
Take care.
Bye.
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 Okay. All right, I just would like to, because we're gonna have to tangle with him, either, not us maybe personally, but some of the townsfolk, or possibly the reinforcements coming to help us, get rid of this, okay. Do they has the people been studying guard, rotation shifts and things like that, and written them down?
yeah, I mean, Omar has a pretty good idea. They have a pretty good idea, at least the other members that used to be part of the guard for Whetstone have at least a semi idea of
Okay.
what they usually
When people
do.
are
Yeah.
mostly in the barracks and when
Yeah.
they rotate and whatever. We need to use that to our advantage. So that way, we can catch them in flat-footed situations and possibly barricade some in, so that way there's less that we have to immobilize in the guard situation, and then certain amounts of them, hopefully we can board up and we wouldn't have to deal with them while we're dealing with other people. To cut down on,
Where do you Where do you think it would be good to board them up?
they have sleeping quarters, don't they?
Yeah.
At certain times before they do certain rotations of the guards
Yeah, most of the sleeping quarters in the town hall.
in the town hall.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a way we can isolate the town hall at a certain time at the max peak of when the people are there, and then the individual guard duties would be lesser.
Yeah,
to be able to
that's a
overpower.
Good idea. I say it wouldn't be good at the barracks because Maxwell rarely ever leaves the barracks. I mean, he has everybody else to do whatever he needs.
Will that be
to
a
have
good
done.
one-on-one
So,
thing? Yeah.
I mean, there's a few that he usually keeps in there, but that's about it.
Because if the townspeople and the others could isolate the large amounts, we as a group and a couple others could try to take out either Maxwell or Maxwell. If we can isolate him while the rest entrap others, less people would be hurt, and as far as there's no one really worthwhile in the town hall. So if you just board it up and make sure they don't get out, and we can take out Maxwell and then, or Valette first and then Maxwell, so that way the two powerful heads could be taken down and the rest are just henchmen that can be rounded up.
It's a good idea.
That would be the
It's
quickest.
just a matter of executing
Yeah.
it. I
But
mean,
that would be up to you guys and your guards and knowing the timing, so that way we could have.
I would say probably close to half. I mean, according to what we have, the information that we have, about half of the guards are always out and about. So,
It's not
and
bad.
the other half is usually either resting or,
On
on
casual.
their own,
Yeah.
casual
Yeah.
time.
Half is still good compared to 100. Still
It's
50.
just a matter of, well, if they're out on casual time, they can still be out in town,
Right.
and not at the town hall resting.
Yeah.
So,
But they wouldn't be as organized.
that would be the best that we could look for is maybe half.
Yeah. And we would just need someone to give us access to the gates. To make sure that we could let the force coming from
Well,
Harbor.
there's two entrances to the town hall. There's a back and a front entrance. Most of the back's harder, would be easy to cover because it's smaller and it's not as big as the front entrance, which is the double door
Mhm.
type front entrance. So that'd be easier to cover. I mean, it's just getting there and having all of us, all of the resistance fighters being there to stop them from getting out without everybody else knowing.
The important thing is getting the gate open to let the reinforcements in the town.
Oh, that's no problem.
Okay. Because they could always help barricade the town hall.
Yeah, that's no problem getting the gate open. It's having the large force of whatever it was, 50 town, or the total of 50 resistance
Yeah.
fighters, 20
Yeah.
being old guard and
You have
the others being
you
townsfolk.
have miners that have equipment that could be used to barricade the doors and stuff.
Yeah, it would just be
Wagons.
getting it. It would just be getting it there from the mine to the town hall before any of them get out.
If there's a way that you could strategically position some things a day or so before that could be quickly assembled and stuck together, so that way when the moment comes, it only takes 2 minutes instead of coming across town with stuff. So if there were metal bars or beams of some sort that you could put a house or two away from the town hall, and then when it's time, they could pick it all up and make barricades in order to block the exits.
Mm.
You do those piece by piece, and it won't be noticed.
It's a good thought.
But timing,
My
like you
only
said, is
concern is putting all of our people, because as we said before, Valed really doesn't leave the temple much.
correct
And the temple was literally right across
from the town hall.
from the town hall.
So
And having all of our people outside and all of their people inside, and having a wizard in the temple right across the street.
we would have to deal with it. Well, I do have a little bit of.
Unless he is preoccupied at the
Yeah.
time.
If we would, I guess the key thing would be to initiate with the wizard first, and then close everything out while he's active. And
It's either that or there's a distraction at the gate or something and everybody's preoccupied there.
well, I wouldn't want to see a force attack the gate in retaliation of a force coming through. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a full-out scale,
Mm,
and we're trying to have the least amount of people to be in full scale. So barricading with distraction, people coming in, and then Maxwell is the he's the one who's not addressed right now, only because of the proximity of the wizard and the town hall.
Yeah, I mean, Maxold is going to be the farthest from the gate anyway.
Correct. That gives us a little time. Because we might be able to, if we can do this within a minute or two, that gives us time to isolate him. But it has to be done fast.
Yeah.
So, which one do you think would be more dangerous? A wizard? Or an extremely hulking,
I don't know.
Guard.
Both of them are
have their
weary.
own strengths?
We are all
Yes.
weary. Those are the two that we were the most weary of dealing
Yes.
with.
But, sadly, some of us might become cannon fodder in order to help you liberate. But if that's what it takes, then we are willing to put our lives on
Would
the
it
line.
be best maybe if here's an idea. The townsfolk that we have been training board up the Town Hall. Well, another question is how we don't know when that force from Kings Harbor is showing up.
2 days, but if there's a way
Well,
we
we
can have a
know that,
scout.
but we don't know, and
We
we don't
have
know
a
what their
ranger.
orders are. We don't know if they're gonna show up and just
We have a
announce themselves and create a scene, or whether this is going to be something of like a little bit cloak and dagger.
What we can do is we can send a scout out that would be hours out from the gates. That person can communicate to one of us inside the gate.
I could have handed it to you.
I know.
And then we can correlate a
That's why I
time
need to
frame.
stand up
And then we can implement.
So what are we gonna have the force from Kings Harbor do?
The force from Kings Harbor would intercept in between the barracks and the town hall.
They gotta get through the gate first.
You said going through the gate would be the easiest part. Well,
Opening the gate's no problem. We can get the gate open.
Okay, all right, but that's what we need.
It's the problem is there are guards at the gate, and there are archers along the wall.
Not many compared to
Yeah,
what
not
would
many,
be coming
but-
out of the town hall, though. That's why we stop in the town hall.
But we also have the rest of the other half that's.
How many
patrolling.
on the inside would be able to just distract and attack the guards on the wall by the gate, while the rest come in and attack them from the other side as they enter? So that way the guards are literally being attacked on two sides. They would make it happen so
I mean
much
that
quicker.
that's more feasible. The problem is we can't do that and board up the town hall.
Well, Dothra would say, like, well, instead of just having a big battle created, why couldn't you just have them go somewhere else so they're not even there? The guards.
That's why I was saying about a
distraction.
distraction.
Oh,
in
I
some
see what
way.
you're saying. Well,
Like
yeah,
maybe the
okay,
force
I
from
it may
King's
not even
I
Harbor-
understand what you said.
It may not
Maybe.
even be battle related. Like, it could just be an event that's a certain point in the town that, okay, well, we need to focus all our guardians
Well, that would
there.
also get Gilius's he's dead. Maxwell would notice it.
Because if there's a distraction that because they're not going to send everybody out at the drop of a hat.
no,
They're
correct.
going to assess the situation
Mhm.
if they have any type of strategic
or even half the
mindset.
group.
Yeah, they will send out part of it to
Correct.
find out what the disturbance
Right.
is, and then they will ask for reinforcements. But they won't get any because we can board up the town hall then. But it's getting everybody focused in one location.
Okay,
Or
you guys
maybe-
can work that out.
But we
Maybe
can
you don't-
also, we can have those
You're
that we've been
thinking-
training
Yeah,
to fight board up the town hall,
yeah.
and the guards
guards
and I
can
could go
physically.
and try to keep Maxold from leaving the barracks, at least until we can get more help, or maybe deal with him outright.
Well,
If
that's
you
fine.
guys want to try to deal with the wizard,
That's fine. I
does
have no
that sound
problems with
like a
that.
plan?
That sounds fine because then the troops will come through the main gate because of the distraction, and then we would have isolated the two bad guys separate, and also the town hall's board. I agree.
Or you could have the guards come in not as guards. They could look like just general.
Well,
People.
the advanced party, if the ranger went out and got 10 of them or whatever disguised as just regular people and then came in, that's fine too. I have no problems with that.
do we have any idea what the force is like that's being sent? How many there are? What kind of fighters?
No,
or anything
we
like
were
that?
just told that they were sending troops.
Okay.
We're just happy they're sending some.
Yes. Agreed.
Considering
Alright,
the little
so
towns
that will
around
be
us
our
didn't
plan
manage to
as
do
of
anything.
now. We will have a distraction at the front gate, and the citizens that are part of the resistance will board up the town hall. And the old guard and myself will encounter Maxold to try to keep him from leaving or to try to take care of him outright.
Even if there's a way
And
you
you
could
guys-
guard,
Yes, and you guys can deal with the
Take out
wizard.
the wizard. And then
Okay.
whichever one is done first can go see if the other one's
Needs help. Agreed. All right. Now the question is how to get this information out to the force that's coming from King's Harbor. That's if they even get here by the time that all this goes down.
We have a ranger with a bear. She can meet the group.
I can.
She's the woodsy one.
Take
How
Derek.
is she getting back in the village?
Yeah, Derek. Derek can go with her too. He's a good looker upper after person.
What if we sent? And at
Don't
that
talk
point,
much, but
when
you
you
do
when
the
you
looking
say
thing.
about when you say about
He
Kara
stands there and
and
goes,
you say about the bear, and then
Yeah.
you say Derek, they all kind of
Derek?
look it over at Derek and they're like, "You're sneaky."
EB.
Okay, I'll do it.
Because we have another party member who has what we call ascendance. She can commute from far distances. So that way information can be dispatched and so
it
that
always
we can
amazes me this supernatural things and what can be done with it.
when used
I don't
properly.
really understand it myself, but I know that it's out there. I know that it is.
You work in a town that digs up ore that's made in for it. So
all right. So, Derek will sneak out and get in touch. It will be the scout to sneak out and get a hold of the force that's coming from.
okay, so
King's
Kara,
Road.
you stay inside. Oh, who goes there? Me,
with the
myself.
stuff that gets buried in the dirt, just like me.
Well,
Cover
Meanwhile,
up!
you guys will take
A
care of the
relic.
wizard. The old guards and me will manage Maxhold, and the citizen soldier resistance people will.
Yeah, we have problems with our name too.
We'll handle the town hall.
We'll work
Okay.
on that for you too.
Okay.
You can be the liberators. That's fine with me. 5:45.
Okay.
It's almost
That
9
sounds like
o'clock.
a plan. Now, for the plan to be put into effect. Okay.
So they're both going out?
No.
Just.
I am in the dirt, where I
Yes.
belong,
I mean, you said it,
surrounded
not
by
me.
the natural world.
It's on record.
It's
Oh,
on
the
record.
garlic. Vamps will not get me. I am
Good.
very odoriferous. I smell like garlic toast.
Garlic.
Buried garlic toast.
I got a little free garlic. You don't mind take some of that off the bottom of your hand.
I mean, could be medicinal. Just rub it in. What
Yeah.
else, yeah?
Scares away germs, man.
Mm-hmm.
Good for your heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
And beans. And safe.
All right. Well, if we all know what our jobs are and what we're gonna do, let's do it.
I stay.
And let's save the
That's
town.
my job.
Yes, the town. In 2 days.
At dawn, we plan.
Until then, we have to endure.
At dawn,
It probably
We
is
think
dawn
about
at this
it.
point.
Yeah.
No, it's like midnight.
at dawn, prepare to think about it. No.
All right. So.
What
anything
time is
else?
it now?
This is in the middle of the night. You guys are.
Yes,
having this
okay,
long.
good, because the next day's gonna come along and I'll get on my.
Everybody go.
Yep.
Okay, this is what, I wanna do a test, and
Okay.
only a test.
Test. And only a test.
Because, you did the distance thing, with the rings, we'll call it. And what I would like to see is, Brutus, how far away I need to be before he gets dispatched because of the ring.
This is perfect music for this.
So,
What? No. Maybe we could do this.
So,
Maybe we could do this. I
I
don't know.
would like to
anything. I don't
be
know what
out in the woods,
Okay.
back where the bear was, you know, the woodsy area there. And I would like to put the ring on the side of a tree.
On the bear.
On the side of the tree.
Okay.
With that, it's like a broken off little
Yep,
twitch
yep,
spot.
yep, yep.
and I will go away roughly about 80 feet.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to take some of my string
Okay.
that's 50 feet long.
Mhm.
And I would go out to there, and I'll take a little bit of my rope and go the extra 30 feet, so I'm 80 feet. And so I will measure as I go after I call Brutus and see when he will actually be affected by the spring.
Okay. So you're 80 feet out.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm standing there, and I say to the creator, "Oh,
Please bring Brutus."
I'm not really like doing this to have fun. I'm not playing
You're
with enchanted
not.
items because
How could you?
I'm gravitating to the other side. I'm doing this out of necessity to battle against the forces that use this power to also use it against it.
How could they?
And for right now, Brutus, my friend, I'm sorry that I may put you back into peril. But this seems
But
to
I'm
be
gonna do it
a
anyway.
prudent thing to know for the better for both of us.
For science.
And us. Thank you.
For worse.
Okay, so I'll call
Or
upon
even
Brutus.
worse.
Brutus, come forth.
Science in this universe is
As-
called magic.
Just so
Yes.
you know.
To Thor.
Science that we don't understand.
Only to Thor.
The slang is mojo.
Okay, alright. So I call upon
Got your
Brutus.
mojo
So you
on.
focus and you try to call on Brutus,
Oh, Broody boy.
and
Alright, buddy.
That's the noise he makes. Boom.
Alright. I will not have you walk this
Sounds like a
walk
cork
on
coming
your
out of a
own.
bottle.
I shall walk along with you too.
Let's go for a walk, buddy.
Follow the rope down to the string and see how close we get to that tree with the ring on there. I'm anticipating not seeing you in 40 feet. We'll see. Yes. Okay, so we go for our slow walk,
okay.
looking for any kinds of herbs and pretty mushrooms and stuff on the ground as we walk, just to make it seem like we're cordial, though we do know there could be a possibility that only one of us.
I'm trying to keep a straight face. I really am.
So 5 feet go, 10
Okay,
feet,
so 80 feet becomes 75,
Yeah.
70, 65, 60.
Is that a mushroom I see?
Is
And
indeed.
it ain't a berry.
Oh, what? Let me see if it's a medicinal one or just one of those
Medicinal.
wretched normal ones. Nah, it's a normal.
It's a combination between
So you look down at this
municipal and
mushroom
medicinal.
and you begin analyzing it, and you
Medicinal.
look up and Brutus isn't there anymore. But you turn around.
I appreciate it if you just be shoulder to shoulder.
Oh my word.
But I do see that you are autonomous in your own thinking, and that's one of the beauties of you. Yeah. Well, let's go back to the task at hand.
60 feet becomes then 55, 50 feet, 45 feet,
Steady, boy, steady.
40 feet.
Well, I guess that's confirmation. Again, it wasn't out of some funsy thing that I was doing. It was for prosperity of knowing the limits that we do have using this wretched enchanted item.
What are limits?
Yeah, but you don't know if it's a circle. It could be like a heart shaped or a star shape or something. Like, you don't know.
It could be just a straight
You don't know if
line.
it varies with the size of the ring either.
That's a possibility.
I love you, Kevin. I love you, Kevin. I love you. Give you a great big hug right now.
Name me up.
But
He's
because,
a born storyteller.
but of course, yeah, for a long day of a 1 minute of a full adventure for one item. Because it was around a brazier, that when it was elongated and much bigger, the distance seemed to be the same.
So you put it
I will
around
take
a
it-
tree,
I
so
will
it's bigger.
I put it on a little break off snub of a branch. So
A
it's-
twiglet.
yes. which was as big as my fist, but you know.
Yep. Size
So
reference.
yes, I unsnap it and I stick it in. Well, not my pocket, the back of my back.
Okay. And this backpack, is it a regular backpack?
No, this is the empowered one that I got. That had gems in it. That had a pouch.
What's
in it.
a holding? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting we're all like.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Now that that's over, I do understand that. I'm not going to do the other ones because the companion one was the distance one, and I saw the flume of energy when I did the other one with charm and sleep. So I'm assuming they have the same range. But I won't test it again. That was enough. Traumatized.
Just the once.
And then I'll go back to the group, and then we'll say time to go to hit the mud puddle, and back we'll go. The mud puddle.
The old mud hole.
That's what it is right there. I
The
see
mud
it now.
pie.
Mud puddle.
The mud pie.
I guess it wasn't a moon pie. Anyway, alright. So, you did your little experiment. The rest of you guys, what do you want to do? Anything?
Root around in the turnip bin. Like I always
Alright,
do.
so,
Staying healthy.
you guys,
Totally organic.
unless anybody has anything they want to do for the remainder of the night, we'll move on to the next day. Is there anything anybody wants to do that the next day?
Oh yeah, we would inform Sybil about what we talked about in the meeting and the Vigons to let them know exactly what was transpired and what they believed and what they said the plan to implement, so that way they know what.
So you guys meet up
Planning
at some
on-
point the next day
Yeah,
and go over that. Okay.
because that way at least Sybil knows she's going to use a stone to talk to Derek.
Raylog doesn't understand after the first explanation.
Just follow our lead and you'll be good.
Maybe.
Outstanding.
Start hugging. Dothro, throw flowers.
My
Alright.
goodness.
Anything else anybody wants to accomplish? Anything they want to go look at, talk, or whatever? Otherwise, we can move on to the next day.
How long is the shop open that sells imbumonite and empowered items?
It's after
open at-
midnight.
Well, I mean before
Well,
that. If I would do that before
Or is this the
that.
next day? when
this
you
is
did
the
that
following
testing?
day.
Okay.
You guys talk to Sybil and whatnot. I mean, you have the rest of the day, so I mean, you can go in there and look around or whatever.
Yeah, because I have PowerPoints now. I can identify if I want to. And I can see what's empowered and what isn't. So I would like to go in and already have reveal empowerment up.
Okay.
And I would like to see what pluses I can get a hold of and see. And
All right. I'm trying.
I don't want to be too extensive, because even if they have a healing potion or something, it's just $50 or something. Because I handed one out to someone else that sucked it down pretty quick.
You wouldn't give it
In
to
it?
me if I didn't need it.
It was a good one.
Good to the
Be
last
a smart
drop.
one.
Yeah, drippy drippy. In the
Sip,
mouth.
sip, hooray!
Let's see here.
How much did we get from his chest down in the? Was it 1,500 gold pieces?
I don't know if you guys divvied it up.
No, we didn't.
I don't think so.
No, we
think-
don't.
It was.
Why would we?
Yeah,
50 platinum pieces
yeah, and 1,500 gold
and
pieces. I see it.
1,500 gold.
No, we didn't do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't added anything to my currency in a while.
Yeah. Hey, before I leave, I would ask you guys, do you guys have any potions of healing if you think you needed it for this next future entanglement we're gonna do?
I think the only one that I actually
Nope.
had
They've been
was the
used.
one that you gave me and I used right away. So.
Okay, let's try not to do that.
No entanglement.
So we'll die.
Let's just use it when it's time. Because if I go there and I've been getting $50 for each, and everyone can have one, you guys are okay with that? So that way,
Yeah.
in case we need to chuck something down, and everyone has access to one when they feel tired and they need it. Or if someone fell, you can run over and use theirs on them.
I mean, that's fine.
Okay,
Or
alright, so I have
There's-
permission for that.
room for more or something.
Okay. And there's 4 of us, so that's 200 gold pieces that I could use for that purpose. Okay, alright.
Are you looking
Oh, there's
to
5
do,
of us, excuse me, I apologize.
Are you looking to do
Ray
healing
log.
or doing the greater healing?
Regular. This is just to pick me up, make sure I don't drop on the ground, it's not like to fill my bar. So, okay, so I would go there, and I would already do the empowerment thing.
Okay.
And then I would ask the kind lady, do you have healing
The
potions?
guy.
No, it's a lady.
It's a lady.
Okay.
But thank you.
Tessa.
It matters if it's an odd day or not.
Tessa.
Tesla.
Tessa.
Elon.
E-R.
No, it's Eli.
Ela. Yeah. She pulls out,
Okay, take it easy, lady.
a case and kind of potion you're looking for.
Healing.
Regular healing
Yep.
or
In case someone gets boo-boos, just to help them along.
understandable. How many you want?
Well, we were looking roughly around 5.
Okay. I do have 5 regular healing. I do have a few greater healing as well. I don't know if you want to any of those or not. They are 300 gold a piece. The greater healing are.
Correct. Yes, that's kind of. I mean, they're lovely items, but at the moment our capital hasn't been boosted enough to so that we could indulge in that direction.
Okay. Well, if you're looking for 5, that would be 250 gold.
That sounds about right. Yes.
Okay. Anything else you're looking for?
Well, I was looking around here, and I was wondering what kind of empowered items that you have here. If you had a specific one that was either recent or that was added to the shop, because we were here earlier, and we're just curious if you got anything new.
Within the last couple of days,
Yes.
or
Yes.
and she comes out from around the counter and takes you over to a section where there's some weapons on a weapon rack. Yeah, this axe came in a few days ago.
Axe?
Came from the temple.
Short guy is suddenly very interested in this.
So is it a one-handed kind of thing, or
Yeah,
two-handed?
yeah.
One, do you?
No, it's a one-hander.
Yeah, like a professional. There you go. All right. Hey,
We aim to please.
yeah, that's cool.
At least I do.
Can she tell me what the price would be on that? And does she have the schematics?
This one is this one just helps you hit better. Makes it a little easier to hit your target. I'd say maybe 800 gold.
Name it.
Oh, that helps you hit your target better.
Yeah.
Does it help the splinter your target a little bit? A little oomph behind it too, or is it just
Yeah.
to help
Yeah.
A little of both.
Yeah, a little bit both.
Okay. All right. No, 800 you say, huh? All right. Well, that's good information because, like I said, I'm looking around, getting those health potions. Drains us a little bit, but we plan on getting a little more capital in the near future. Now, this is just empower. Okay. Do you have another empowered one? Is there different types of empowerments?
Yeah, I mean, this one's just, standard. Hit, and it'll do a little bit more damage. I mean, we do have a few that have additional effects to them. They don't really help you hit better, but...
Okay, she's holding it up, and this one's red.
Yeah.
Okay, but she's
From
not
your
saying what type of empowerment. She's just saying,
No,
is this power?
As far as she knows,
Yeah.
it's one thing.
Right. Okay. Do I see any things that are red that look a little redder? Are these pretty
no,
much?
these are all pretty around the same.
Her
Strength.
amulet around
Yeah.
her neck.
They're all about the same.
Okay.
It is
Not super
speech
potent,
plus
but
100.
Yeah. Okay. And the direction that she reaches for, or is most of that in the red category?
well, you're asking for the stuff that's
Sure.
recent.
Yeah. So she grabbed one. Was there one or two more added to it? Or was it just only one item that was recent?
There's a couple weapons that are
Okay. Now, do they all? They're all red.
Not all of them. Some of them are blue.
Yeah, but they didn't come in the other day, or did they?
He's asking about new stuff.
Yeah.
Only new stuff.
Okay. I'm talking to the DM now,
Mm-hmm.
or the ST. The reason why I'm asking,
I got it on record.
that's only because it's a lot of people identify because of this. But the idea is, I want to see if something came in from someone being bushwhacked and was caged in the mines, if he had items that were recently put in there from him. Derek.
I see.
That's what I'm looking for. But anything new that came in, she's just showing me a bunch of enchanted stuff. Okay. Now, out of the blue stuff that I see, I'll say, oh, so this over here is some of your older stuff. Okay, all right. And how much blue and red compared to each other are they? Equally or more of one
There's
color?
more red.
There's more red. It's rare to see a blue one, but
I mean, you do see blue scattered throughout the shop, but it seems like people have bought, and then there was the whole switcheroo,
Yeah,
and now all of a sudden all the
everything
supply
is
is
replaced
the
with
opposite.
red. Okay, so old stock before the guy came in is blue, and the new stock is red. Okay. What do I see in the new stock when it comes to weapons? They're like swords, daggers,
Axes,
lances.
no, just axes and different types of blades.
Okay,
Short swords, long swords.
they're all about equal power. Also, they want anything lavish.
Yep. Generic
Okay.
stuff.
All right. So I can't really point anything out there. Okay. And, are there any darts? Throwing darts.
Oh.
Sort of smaller than daggers, but yet throwing at small animals and stuff that you would hunt with.
Yeah.
Darts.
Yeah, they got darts.
Okay. All right. And they seem to be a little bit for their aim and a little bit of damage also.
There's a hodgepodge of those too.
Mismatched drawer.
Yep.
I got a couple there.
Yep. In your view, they're a hodgepodge.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, and besides that, they're within my price range. There was low stuff, which I wouldn't want to see the other stuff anyways. Okay. Well, you've been very helpful, and I think that that'll do it for now. Like I said, the healing potions are very important for boo-boos. But your items.
I
look
will say,
very nice.
there was one item that came in relatively recently.
Oh,
Relative.
That is kind of a pride and
yeah.
Which means he's gonna amp the price up.
And I mean, if you're interested, I don't know.
Well, you have me curious. I would like to check that out if you wouldn't mind, since you mentioned it.
Okay. So she leads you over, and there is
And charms you.
I have that on. There is a display for a necklace, and the necklace is draped over it. And she says, "Now this is supposed to help you with being more persuasive."
Oh. And
I mean, it's probably something I should be wearing to make more sales.
I don't know. You're pretty cordial. You know what you're doing.
Like,
you're
you probably wouldn't be able to resist my persuading you to buy this, even though you know you don't need it. That's probably, I mean, I probably really should wear this, but I'm putting it up for sale just.
Oh, so it
Make you feel
no,
special.
What color does it look like to?
It's red. And it is not like a light red either.
Yeah.
It's a little
It's
bit
got a
brighter.
couple pluses on it.
Almost equivalent, pretty equivalent to the rings that the Lord and Lady had.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, it does look quite impressive. I could see the temptation of wanting to have an allurement added to one's persona.
I mean, some of us need all the help we can get.
I'm not going to argue with that. Sometimes it's good to have the upper hand. Well, then I'm curious. What is the fetching price?
Oh, this baby? Well, probably within the
Arm and leg range.
What?
Arm and leg range.
Next to
Yeah,
kid.
that only costs you arm and leg, maybe next to kid.
I got my strings tied on me.
Let's say, for the average person, I would probably say 2,000 gold. But for you, I will say 1,500 gold.
You could have said 3,000.
Wow. That is a very tempting offer. Almost makes me want to think about getting rid of the potions. You are good on your own, I tell you. You're a credit to all salespeople. I got goosebumps. You did a good job. I almost would like to buy that, but so good. So you're good. But I can see maybe why you probably shouldn't do that. This time we'll go broke.
I see what you did there. You're a smart one. You're crafty.
I only learn from the people I'm around.
Notice he didn't
Well,
say the best.
again, I do thank you for you showing me the exquisite items that you have and your hospitality and also the nice purchase I made. And, so you have a very nice day.
Thank you for visiting, by the way.
Okay. I might come back again.
DRV, BTW. No.
And who are you?
Just imagine someday this
You
place
look
might
familiar.
look like Paris. Okay, I'll be on my way.
Okay.
Unpowered.
No one identifying? Wow.
Nah, I already know it's got whatever.
If anybody would like a piece,
Who brought that to their doorstep?
DoorDash. It's
Woo.
got chicken, bacon,
Oh, sure.
tomatoes,
I'll
and cheese on
identify.
it.
I'll see what I can try to identify. It matters what I roll. Why not? I'll get these points back. I rolled without a dot or a line on it. I rolled a 5.
Okay.
It is my intelligence. Whatever modifier goes against me. If it's a, well, I'm not unempowering. I'm identifying. Excuse me. Why did I? There it is. Needed a 17. I rolled a 5. It is a flawless.
What?
All right.
Yeah. You can tear it apart if you want.
So this is an amulet of persuasion.
Mhm.
It gives you a +4 or a 4 advantage modifier to persuasion checks. And what else? What other information do you get from it? I forget.
Who made it?
The lead.
Sure.
I didn't keep it. Maybe he has one.
Well, he's trying to be lucrative.
But it's not his backup.
Detect empowerment. Identify, not doing. Yeah. The trigger. How long it lasts. The most recent history that it was involved in. The name, in order of the person. That's for clerics, but there should be orders for powers too.
A creation date?
And previously,
Or an
who owned
army.
it? So it's all lead. So it doesn't say well, what power level is it?
This would be uncommon.
Okay. What's the power of the user?
Oh, it's on this side. Is it like level or
Yeah.
8?
Yeah, so I have his name, power, what type, and strength, and any activation other than, I assume you just wear it and then whenever
Yeah.
you try to persuade
Yep.
someone.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a passive thing.
Okay. It's an amulet?
Yep.
So it's 2,000 gold. I know she said 15 for me. I am blind. Only because of us being cordial with everything. And when the evil me takes over, I can use this fucker. Wait, I shouldn't have used the ring earlier. No, I was wrong. I've changed to the other side.
You're bipolar.
Oh, here's my character sheet, by the way. I'm to the other side now. I'm against the party. I will conspire against you.
Come to the dark side. We have cookies.
Yes.
Only cookies.
Were either of you gonna take any of this? I was gonna
Yeah.
close it.
I ordered it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I just don't have a.
I don't know. I don't know
Something
what. I don't know if she ordered something specifically for me or whether it was.
This is
Yeah.
for all y'all. You do have
cookie.
giant cookies.
Oh, you got the
Giant cookie.
I know.
Giant Panera Bread cookie.
And that's your dinner?
Apparently.
This is gonna last till
No.
Trying to sweep me up.
Wow.
No,
What's she
I'm
want out
not.
of you this time?
Lord only knows.
Your money or your life? No. You
Her
have
firstborn
appreciative
child.
of,
Her
access to
firstborn
that.
child. That's what I want.
You married me. You have both my money and my life.
Ah,
Now what?
bonus.
There's enough.
At least
For
she
everyone
recognizes it.
Why, thank you very much.
I have my own.
You have your own whole pizza? Nice.
No.
Not
Sandwich.
surprising.
Sandwich
Got like
and
a stomach
chips.
on a bottomless pit over there.
Hey.
Okay, so I'm done at the shop. That was revealing, and I appreciate you tagging me along. to remind me
Torvine
that-
never takes
do what I
this short of a
originally said I
time
was
in a
gonna do.
shop.
No, that's good.
He's an endless shopper. They threw in a pickle. Look at that. They've never done that before.
What a pickle!
Wow.
It's a sad
Special.
It's a pickle.
It's a pickle!
Okay. All right, I'll go back to the group
Larry the cucumber and his
and
old
just
age.
tell them the same stuff. You know, the lead's sticking stuff in the store, enchanted stuff, so we still know he's up to his old tricks. Not only that, he made an amulet that does the same thing pretty much to what he was doing to the Lord and Lady. More deceptive jewelry to mess with people's minds.
A little different, but
A little different, but it's to make mayhem of the minds. So
But it works the other way, doesn't it?
it's for persuading, but it doesn't encompass to control. The other one seemed to eliminate their own personal thought process. So that way, they were almost like in a dream, but ever who had this put on them was the active brain in cognizance doing that, while the other person was like a mental zombie. So that's the only way I can describe it. Where this is just to be more flowery with your words, to coerce someone to accept what you say.
I don't know why, but you just seem really convincing.
Yeah. Oh wait, take this thing off me.
How much did that cost you?
It did.
Guys, I may have gotten a little out of control at the shop.
Yeah.
Kind of bought an amulet. It's kind of red, and I forgot about the health potion. But it's all right.
It's weird. It still works for me.
It's all right.
There's a reason his shopping trip was
So-
shorter than his
so
usual
the,
shopping trips.
If the rings were somewhat kind of letting the person who put the rings on them somehow control them and be their consciousness, wouldn't they realize that that's broken?
They don't have their own consciousness. The rings?
He's saying since
Based on what you just said.
They work on their own.
if they were mental zombies and
Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you mean.
if they were mental zombies and the person that did the effect is the person actively thinking, wouldn't they know whenever that effect is broken?
When it's broken?
That's what he's asking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I told him not to wash their hands in betadine. Oh, I breaks it. No, quarantine is void. Yeah, I would think so. If they're that connected to it,
Like
just like Saruman and...
because that's actually how it works.
Yeah, because if he was there taking over, he knew Gandalf smacked him out of there. Because he literally conversed with him. Yeah, he would know.
I will draw you, Saruman, as present is drawn from a wound.
Ow.
Fine. Anyway,
Mm-hmm. Okay. So he would know something's going on.
he was the one that
I would think so.
put it up there.
True. Well, somebody knows. That's what I'm saying.
Somebody.
So how many years were they wearing these rings?
2.
All
When
because
did
he
you
didn't
leave
sell the
home?
Agreemonite to the bad guy to start.
How long have you been away from home?
We said about 2 years.
So a little less than that.
Oh, a little less than 2 years.
Yeah, because
Well,
I mean they
also-
sent Derek to go and find her,
Yeah, I was gonna say they sent Derek before the ring
but you know all this
because they had
didn't
their
transpire. You know, the day
Right.
after she left.
Right.
You know.
They're just waiting for it to leave.
Yeah, they were just waiting for Cara to leave. She's the secret weapon. Party.
Alright, let's not part.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all right. Anybody else?
No, that's all the mischief I can think of would do.
Nope.
Mischief.
I mean, I would have to say that we would make sure that no one is allowed to go to the crime scene that we created down in the mine.
Yeah, Soren didn't think that was going to be much of a problem.
Yeah. And we pretty much do normal walking around stuff, you know, like me going to the shop, whatever. And
You go shop.
of course, we told Sybil, whatever. And then I guess the next thing we wait for is for Dirk to go out to the group out there. The D-man.
Okay.
And then he can report back
Mr.
Um,
DeRocco.
and tell Sybil what the compliment has in it. How many people? Is there a clergy? How many wards?
How much do they know
elephants.
of what's actually going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have a plan before they even hit?
Yeah, what was
Weird.
their plan?
Mm-hmm.
That was a good one there.
What?
The group coming. What kind of plan? We were just
Do
gonna
they
go
have a
straight
plan or
in
no?
and assault.
You know.
Or were they gonna siege? Do they have siege equipment? Were they gonna try to surround us so we couldn't get any food and
What you were
starve us
told
out?
is that they dispatched a group to come to help.
See, now you're saying
Liberate.
a group. Now this could be just the 5 warriors that used to be us.
A group can be 3.
Yeah, it can be.
Very well could be.
Only my 3 best and best.
But Isaac did say that it was, he didn't have an exact number, but it was a decent size group.
Yeah, there's a big Lygon in there. He's
Yeah,
decent
they're really
Yeah.
tall.
Yeah. Come on, Handy.
Yell around.
Okay.
Is this
So-
a mustard that's on here?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
It's like a dressing.
I'm eating a dress.
Eating.
What is it, like a French dressing?
I think so.
Because I like the frills on the outside of the dresses that are made of French. So
It's
like
the
doily
lace on your
material.
pizza.
Okay. So this is a white pizza.
Alright.
Sounds racist, but that's alright.
What are you talking about? The
So-
sauce.
The lack of.
There's
So the
no-
next day-
Cheese is a sauce for white pizza.
No, there's a white sauce.
Mm-hmm. Like an Alfredo.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Alfredo is cheese. Yes. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Kimberly's made them by scratch.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I mean, you can see the marks because she scratched that.
So, the next day,
Thank you, Kevin. Now I got a cough.
you wake up
I
in
do.
the cellar.
Onions.
Derek, scratching at your door again.
There's a squeak
And
squeak.
Derek is no longer in the room.
He probably went to go do his business outside.
Why was he in your room?
I wouldn't want him to do his business inside.
We were hiding in the root cellar.
This is now the second day.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But you wake up, he's no longer there. He's not in that room
Mm-hmm.
with you. What are the rest of you guys doing? This is the day.
Oh, we're not sleeping. Okay.
You slept the night
Right.
before.
Or are you just saying that she woke up?
I'm
I'm
saying
in the
she
room
wakes up
cellar.
in the morning
Yeah.
and Derek's not there.
Got it.
Yeah, because he's gonna go 3 hours out roughly and meet up with him and then talk to Sybil.
Okay.
So, I guess we'll go out to Sybil, at least I will, and tell her Derek's started the plan. And so, in a couple hours, you can talk to him with your stone, and then he can give you an update.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, he's gonna go Gandalf the Rohirrim.
During the night at the manor, Sybil wakes up in the middle of her sleep, or at least it seems like she's waking up.
Drink too much water.
But when she wakes up, she's not in her room.
Mhm.
She wakes up in that dark
Out of body experience.
Mhm.
Again.
space. Ripples.
Water.
And the head comes out. I'm sorry to wake you. Or at least you're not really awake. But
It wasn't in a contract.
something is near. I don't know what it is, but I can sense it. Don't leave the room. Please.
The feeling.
Whoever wants to roleplay as Sybil, I mean.
I guess I will. Unless you want to be civil. You're a lady.
Huh?
Never mind.
I'm in a hole in the ground.
Okay, alright. She's in a hole. Okay. You
I'm
can.
in a hole. You want me to?
I don't care who.
Yeah.
I mean, if it,
Okay, you were looking at me, so I'm like,
Yeah.
whoever wants
Well, just
to
'cause he asked you,
Sybil,
yeah,
whoever
that
wants
it's
to
not
pilot
him.
her.
Working with himself.
why would I leave? There you go. There's
I
Sybil.
don't know, but
Why
with me
don't
giving you this information, someone like you might want to go and investigate. I'm asking you.
Not go poking. That's
I'm
gonna be
asking
really
you
hard.
to trust me and to just stay in your room. There's something near. And it's dark, and I can sense it.
Okay. That.
You're
all he's
still in
saying?
your bed, you're still
Oh.
asleep. This is just the
In your
meeting of
mind.
the minds.
Yes.
But
Sybil goes, okay. Not fully
sorry, I
understanding
mean I
what's
haven't
going on.
really had someone to talk to in a while, so I don't really know whether or not this is something to actually like bother you with in the middle of the night or not.
Okay.
This is the dragon.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Good night.
Does she have the option to wake herself up from this mental state?
Which means to.
You have the option. Not to leave the room, but possibly do something else while you're in the room. Or just stay asleep. Or the
I
room
think
is
she goes
empty.
back to sleep. Because for that communication to have worked, she must have been sleeping pretty deep.
Yeah, I mean she was sleeping, but this is just like all of a sudden it seems to her like she woke up because it's like,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time she's still asleep because it's a meeting of the minds.
It's like an out of body.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Alright, so she.
Goes back.
Okay, there you go.
So she stays asleep. Okay.
But noted what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Eric is gone.
Yes.
Did the rest of you guys do?
G-O-N-E.
G-O-N-E gone.
He was gone like
Okay.
flash, like he wasn't
Right.
even there to start.
When I do go up to the manor, I will make sure that the suggestive thing and the fear thing, and all three of them are active.
Okay.
So I'll go up there and I'll knock on Sybil's door, and if she answers it, but she probably will, or who are you? Oh, it's you. Okay, yeah.
So you think she may attack you or something?
No, this is for other external things that we might not
Oh,
see.
okay.
R.I.P.
We're
to
dealing
anyone
with the
head-
supernatural, so I use some protection against supernatural, even though it's some changes. Oh, anyways, the
We dabble.
I'm gonna get a mannequin hand and stick it on there. Ha ha! But so I give her the lowdown that the D-man's getting into position. So in a couple hours that she can talk to him, and then he can give her information, and then we could tell him when to have them advance. And of course, to find out what's in the group that he's run into.
Okay. I had a weird thing happen to me last night. In my sleep, the dragon kind of decided to have a meeting of the minds in the middle of the night while I was sleeping. It said that told me not to leave my room because something dark and powerful was nearby. Didn't know what it was, but he could sense it.
He wasn't there? The
Huh?
dragon? He wasn't there?
Oh, he was there. We talked, but he told me not to leave my room. He told me
Oh,
to stay
okay.
put because there was something dark, and evil.
So that's what that.
So he didn't know how long the thing
was.
was going to
Correct.
be. It's just at that moment.
But
there
he,
was something.
he didn't want me. He thought I was gonna do something rash, I guess.
Can't argue with him too much. But he might also have been thinking about protecting you.
Yeah. But just so somebody else knows that something was here in the middle of the night.
We can, I'll tell Jeeves there. What's his name?
Harlan.
Harlan. No, I almost said Heyman. Yeah.
We can totally join that guy.
Tell
Hey,
him.
hey, bitch.
Harlan.
Yeah. Hey, Mitch.
And mention it to the group that way, because as far as we know, the darkest bad guy around here is
He's with the
Bled.
Globetrotters.
Oh,
It's really
there was an item in the shop.
Another thing
Identified
in
it,
the shop.
and Bled made it, and it had to do with just like the rings, almost, but it was to charm people while you talk, to do that, and Valed made that. And it was a fairly high level item. And Valed, from my understanding, from what I got to reading, he is a medium level wizard. He's not extremely high. He's high enough to be formidable, but he's not the highest. He's higher than us in power, but combined, we probably could take him.
Saruman the White is behind it.
Okay, well,
It's on the alarm.
that's some good information.
I don't know if that was the darkness the dragon was talking about,
I don't know. I have no idea.
because we did.
But it makes me concerned because didn't
Well-
you have another name?
Hmm?
Didn't you have another name
For who?
when you? Didn't you have another name that you got whenever you identified one of their rings?
Yeah, I think I did. He was the person who made the rings. Yeah. Yeah, it's blah 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 blah.
And then we also had the whole thing down in the mines with the night dwell. I don't know. It just was.
Did you know?
No, you are usually onto something. Not on something, but onto something. And I think you're right.
Did
I
you
think
learn?
it has something to do with it.
Did you learn that guy's level?
Yeah, I did. I just didn't. Role playing, we usually just don't, he's level 8, But
No, I meant the guy that made the rings.
That one, the success was enough to get his name, but it was not level.
Okay.
He basically got like what the empowerment was, how strong it was, and a name. That was basically.
Yeah, I just had to find the right.
It was like a great or a major success, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have his name here somewhere.
I know what it is, but I
Yeah.
just didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know,
just
maybe
want to
it
kill
just
time.
like
Yeah.
we kind of got rid of whatever was going on with the Lord and Lady, and then the next night, all of a sudden, this happens. Like, I don't know if it's coincidence. I don't know if he was just checking in. I have no idea, but I feel like it's something.
Has
No, that's Kara's last name.
Oh, well, she could be dark.
Starts with F.
Fabe.
Yep. Fabian.
Fabian. Oh, that's an N. Fabian.
Yeah, that person over there should write better notes so you can read them.
Curse you, no taker!
At least we don't have a keen mind.
Yeah.
You'll
Oh,
have to excuse him. He's been
What
really
time
into
of
wet
day
games
is it
lately.
right now?
Okay, so, yeah, Fabian. There you go. Fabian, if he made this such a powerful ring, then obviously it is stronger than Valed. Which in a way is good, because hopefully we don't have to mess with Fabian, but just the leather. They seem to be on different paths of their life. But we have to concentrate on the action at hand that we're going to implement this plan.
Yeah.
So, the D-Man, that's what you need to do, talk to the D-Man.
Yeah. I mean, he has the stone, so whenever he contacts.
So, was he told to contact?
And as she's getting ready and you guys are getting ready to leave the mansion, you guys are heading down the stairs. Sybil hears like something's there's a signal trying to come through,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not coming through for some reason. And then the Lord and Lady come down the stairs behind you guys as you guys are getting ready to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good morning. Did you rest well?
Oh, I rest very well.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
I assume you did too?
Yes, it was a good rest.
Weird.
A usual rest?
Mm-hmm.
No, you didn't have to. Some people had to drink warm milk or something to calm them before they
Oh yes, we both drink a little milk before going to sleep. Yes, it helps us sleep a little bit better.
As long as it works.
Man, I slept on a rock last night. It was great. But anyway, I don't want to keep you guys. So, yeah, have a good day.
Yes, thank you. You too.
And they head off to another room,
Section, yeah.
probably to get breakfast or something.
Do I see rings on their hands?
Mm-hmm.
Are they the same ones?
Mhm.
They didn't take them off after they...
No.
Because we didn't tell them to take them off. As they start walking away, can I do the...
Detect?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a red hue around the rings.
Okay. Alright. They're back at it. Okay. Alright, well, we know the jig's up. But that's fine for now.
You don't know that. You don't know.
No,
you
but-
don't know whether or not the
I didn't
plan
identify.
can still go through.
Yeah, but as long as it sufficed the big person that came through instead of say, okay, you messed with us one more time, I'm after you. So we're gonna let it go.
Could be,
We'll
or it
come
could
back.
just be like, oh, that's odd.
No, I'm
Let's
gonna
just
nothing's
go.
odd. No. Alright, I'll make a note to Sybil. The rings are empowered again, enchanted. At nighttime, something that you said that came by that
So
was
whatever the dragon warned me about was probably whoever this,
big, did this before.
maybe that's this Fabian guy.
That's all I can think of.
Maybe.
Well, there's no one else around here that can do such a thing. Valette isn't strong enough. I already saw what I think he's max can make. I think this is beyond him. Someone else has a higher stake in what's going on here
Yeah.
compared to Valette.
Something that we don't see.
Not yet, and don't forget, there's a night dweller mixed in here, so. So, but for right now, we have to liberate the town.
Yeah, we need to take care of
Yeah.
that first. Then we can maybe deal with what's going on here, or maybe at least rack some brains at King's
Mhm.
Harbor and try to figure out what's going on.
And then maybe you can fill in Isaac.
Yeah,
A little
maybe
bit
we can fill
when
in
we're
some more
done.
blanks. Okay. All right, let's go. So you guys head where then? Where's the group meeting or staging themselves?
I guess. We might as well all go to the house of the root cellar.
Come on now.
Well, not all.
Okay.
The big people can be in the woods with the bear. And we'll talk to the higher ups in the root
As you
cellar.
guys are going to the root cellar, Sybil gets another
Oh, it's backwards.
signal coming through, but this time it goes through.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sybil, it's Derek. I'm with the group from Kings Harbor, and it seems like we have 60 some fighters here around that, and we do have some clergy as well.
Mm-hmm.
3.
Mm-hmm.
So, just to give you an update.
Some healers.
Um,
Is one of them per se Isaac?
no,
Oh.
Isaac's not here.
Okay.
Your buddy's not here. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pry to say, hey, well, look, I just told him we're not looking at strength numbers, but okay. All right, so there's 60. That's decent because we have roughly 50 insiders. That's a little over 100, and
You guys
We
estimate
have
their
surprise.
strength around 100.
yeah, and we have surprise on our side. So, and isolation.
Mhm.
So, all right. I guess we'll talk to the.
I guess what am I supposed to tell? What am I supposed to tell these guys they need to do besides obviously fight?
What's his name? We need to separate the guards attacking the 2 areas, the barracks and the town hall. So that way they're not liberated to open up to send more troops out.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the name of the person that I gave the note in the ring?
Soren was the one
Soren.
you gave
Yeah.
it to in the mine, and then he gave it to Safi in the
Yeah.
basement.
So Soren is part of the key people to get the people together to get them
Mhm.
ready.
Mm-hmm.
So he needs to be on standby.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they're in positions to think about doing the obstacles to block the doors and stuff like that, and to do a distraction to get people from the gate lesser, so that way troops can go through and the doors can open. That's what we do. And then if he can tell us what a signal for you guys to advance. So if you can get the group of people close enough but not seen, so they're within like 5-minute run to the gate.
Aren't we supposed to be the distraction?
Yes, but you need to be that close, so that way it causes the distraction for a quick moment, and then we can implement the closing of the doors and isolating
Okay.
areas.
Any ideas for distraction?
Fire?
Like set the trees on fire?
The gates. And so if there's any watchtowers that are made out of parts of the wood to cause that on fire, if you would use oil soaked rags on the arrows and cause some of the fortifications to catch on fire, and then that'll cause pandemonium, and then the inside people can get the gates open.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good idea. We'll brainstorm here and come up with something.
Okay. All right, because some of them have their own specialties. Because they just didn't think they were going to knock the door down.
No.
So,
They weren't really sure what was going on. They knew that there was an inside force, so
Right.
they were expecting to have more information when they got here. So, okay. All right.
do you have any ladders?
No, there's no ladders.
Okay. Maybe I have makeshift ladders.
No.
Like a rope ladder or something.
No. No ladders. We got boats.
Oh.
Flying boats.
If only we knew this.
If only we knew.
Okay. All right. Okay. So he can orchestrate that, and keep forgetting his name again.
Soren.
Yeah, Sauron.
The dude.
Sauron. He'll get the people ready to barricade and to section off it against Maxwell. We as a group can jump the wizard. And so that way we'll eliminate him, that will migrate to help out to get rid of Maxwell. Sound like a plan, guys?
That seems fine.
Okay. Everyone, here are your healing potions. There you go. Everyone gets one.
Yum! More drugs.
Cora looks at it.
Only when needed.
Oh, this looks tasty.
Sip. Well,
Oh, you
that
got
off
another
the
one of
list.
those? That was cherry flavored.
ew. Cherry flavored.
See, now it's like medicine. Now we're getting some.
That's like
Yeah!
guzzling. That's like guzzling a whole thing of Robitussin. No thanks.
I'd rather pass out.
I think I did for a second there. All me life flashed before my
Okay.
eyes.
Okay,
It's
so
very
where are you
good.
guys setting up shop?
We have a shop
Moving on up.
now. Wow.
We're going to be down the road from the temple.
Okay.
Gaggling by like 2 or 3 houses down from it.
Okay.
Gaggle.
Yep. Okay.
Well, we could
Um,
hide.
So, a couple hours go by.
Oh, they canceled.
Couple hours go by, and Soren, you guys have. I mean, there's a bunch of these townsfolk that are over by the mine, waiting for instructions on when to go over to the town hall, as well as members of the old guard that are waiting in the woods to advance on the barracks, and they know that they are waiting for a distraction that is going to take place, and then sometime later go and advance on the barracks to confront Maxold. But you guys have someone, I assume, over at the mine with Soren, with the rest of the villagers to let them know when it's go time.
When they see the fire from the escalades.
Okay, so they know that.
Mhm.
Okay, so you guys are waiting, and it seems like it just keeps drawing and drawing on.
On
Time
and
seems to
on.
drag.
Does anyone want to bury?
You know, you just kind of get that little bit of knot in your stomach of being anxious, and you know what is to come and what you're about to face.
Probably the pizza.
Suddenly, you start to see movement within the village. You see guards starting to jog their way by down the roads. And they're kind of talking back and forth. They're like, something's going on at the gate. We gotta get to the gate. Hey, get to the gate. Something going on. Seems like something's going on at the gate. A few minutes later, you see, as you're watching towards the gate, you see the 2 towers on the side of each side of the gate, and you see hailfire coming from the sky and just dum, 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 hitting these towers, and the towers burst into flame.
Oh, arrows.
Over and over.
Oh, if
At
I
that
could only
point-
do that.
At that point, you start to hear yells and battle ensuing, and you hear steel hitting steel, and you can hear the villagers behind you that are over at the mine. You can hear them running towards the town hall. You're looking for the villagers. You're terrible. Trying to change the music, man. It's not working.
Kevin, pick up the music for me.
Pick up the music.
You're a techie guy.
Alright.
Raymond misses that a little bit.
What?
We don't have the music person for our sessions.
Telling you, man. It's great.
I would, but my internet crashed.
I hear you.
I don't have enough
All
data
right.
on my phone. can do is play the armpit for him, and I need my hands free, so it doesn't work.
Okay, so you guys are over here in this area.
We're third house from the temple.
Yep.
Yeah, Kara can't see that.
You guys are
Still
over
not.
here. The temple is right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get my things here. Temple is right there.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are over here.
Along
And the gate
road.
is way
it's
down
yonder,
here.
yeah.
Way
It's a good
over
shot.
here.
Okay.
Okay. Hey guys, let's do a ruse. Let's say, oh, we must protect.
Haha, just kidding.
It's over. We lost. Let's go
It's all downhill
Yeah.
from here.
home. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of fun sledding. That could be a highlight.
And there's no
We're
snow.
done.
Let's go say, let's go protect the priest, and we'll go run towards the temple
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
bypass the guards. Say, we're here to protect the priest.
Good for you.
As you guys the guards, you don't see any guards along the road at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. Because they ran by earlier.
Yeah, because all of them are running towards the gate, and there is a crowd of like 30 people behind you, running behind you with pitchforks and pickaxes, and there's a few swords and
I'm
whatnot.
depressed.
Villagers that have supposedly been trained
Sure.
on how to fight,
Let's not judge
running
a book by its
behind
cover.
you,
Going to the
screaming,
town
going
hall.
ham, going towards the town hall, which is right across the street from where you're going.
Good.
So they are right behind you guys.
Okay. We're taking a left. We're going into the temple.
That would be a right.
Oh, from the
Temple's on
other
side,
direction?
Temple.
I thought
You guys,
on the
We
you
right.
guys
coming
are
this
down
way.
here.
We're going to number
Temple's
2.
this way.
Oh, you
Yep.
have us by the intersection,
Yep.
the other side.
Yes.
I had us down here
No.
by the mud puddle.
No, I had you
No.
guys down close to the mine.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Then we'll take a right because I'm facing the other direction. Unless someone
Okay.
spins me around.
So
Unless
you
you're running
walk
backwards.
into the temple, and
I'll do my holster.
okay.
Still got my shaky hand.
What have you guys done in preparation? Anything that you have had that you got ready, or have out, or drawn, or prepared before going in here? As
Have a poke stab.
you had time to prepare and whatnot before
Okay.
this happened.
Yeah.
And
As I'll turn and go in and now, all those rings that I have, they're all connected.
all three of them.
All 3 of them.
Okay.
So no one's running in fear and no one's bringing up things from
Who knows
companion
where?
world.
Okay.
And I would like to shoot a bless
Okay.
before we go in. So everyone gets
Radial.
yes.
Yep.
Everyone gets a plus 20 to their hit.
Okay.
Minus 18.
Okay.
um,
I'll keep that in mind. The wizard now goes up a few levels. Gets access to a few other things.
yeah, it's just a plus 2. But hey, plus 2 could be a difference. Okay. Sybil, I guess she would also do the opposite one. Hindered.
Okay.
So he would have a minus 2.
I would say Sybil would also use, well, I'll wait until you're done using your stuff, or doing your stuff, because this is part of the sword stuff.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that's what I would think she would do to start with. So that way it stays with the group.
Yep. Is
So
it on her, or it's running around her?
It's around her just like
Yeah,
glass.
okay.
But yeah, it's 30 feet.
Anybody else? I'm guessing your bow's out.
Of course.
I mean, our weapons are out.
Okay.
We-
Yep.
Okay.
This is just getting you guys into
Ray looks like I'm
where we're gonna
poised.
pick up next time,
But where's
because
the
it's gonna be a
pitch?
battle, like right off the bat.
Yeah,
So.
wait until 9.
Mr.
Alright,
Inverted
I
numbers.
also will have my staff out.
Okay. So
My
And
bless-
you'll have my
you walk in, and Vlad is facing with it has his. You walk into the sanctuary, and Vlad is standing at the far end, basically where the altar is, and he has his back turned. And it seems like he's standing there, and he just has his hands up like this.
Great, he's empowering another item.
He's finally repentant. No.
Oh, there's a thought. Finally an ally.
When you come into the church and the pastor's by himself, and he's just up at the stairs. So this is when he has his own altar call. Okay.
So he's standing there at the altar with his back turned to you guys, and he has his hands up like this. What are you guys doing?
We
Go
bop him on the
around
head.
the sides of the room. Everyone split up, half and half, and go around the sides of the room.
Okay.
So that way we're not in the middle of the room.
Okay.
I volunteer to be.
He hears you guys coming in because you're obviously not being very quiet.
No, it's...
We have the bygones after all.
I suppose that you are all the individuals responsible for this commotion at this time of day.
We're a little noisy in the temple. You're right, it's us, it's our footprints.
And he lowers his arms and turns around to face all
Such
of you.
disturbers of peace we are.
So, what was your plan? Come in here, deal with me.
Deal with you. Uh-huh.
I don't know, it doesn't look like you're playing with a full deck.
Full deck. I am the full deck.
When was the last time you had royal flush?
I think we need a savings throw.
How close are you guys to him? Are you walking
Well, we don't
towards
have
him
a
or
pitch.
what?
No, we're on the outside.
Here
this
he
is just
I'm back here in
free-flowing
the
conversation or whatever.
Okay.
You just tell me how close you want to get to him or how
I'm in
far
the
you
back
want to be away.
corner.
I'm probably about 40 feet from him.
Okay.
Along the edge.
Okay. Do you have all the rings on you, or are they dispersed amongst the party?
All of them are on me.
Okay. All right.
Ring Barra.
And
Short
he
one,
looks at you and he
always.
goes,
Are they on you or in your bag?
"Yeah, that's the question. Do you have them out, or are they in your bag?"
Well, we were talking about me being on the dark side. So I'm wearing them.
Like on your fingers, or like just okay.
Like Peter Pan.
Okay. You do get a weird, eerie feeling
I had a
wearing
feeling.
them, but
Yeah.
that's it.
I'm overlooking it.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to be bonded to them or anything
No.
for them to work. So.
No braziers.
He kind of looks at you and, I know you. You came and visited earlier. Curious what your stake is in this.
Medium rare.
Oh,
I was gonna say well done.
Why?
Always well
Why
done.
does this town, why does this village, why does Whetstone matter so much to you as a group? You couldn't just leave well enough alone.
I'm in the back corner, about 30 feet behind him. Kitty corner.
Okay.
Right. Archer.
Are you hiding, or are you
He's
just like
calling
standing
for
there
help.
with your
We were at the ready like this, or
like
you
with, back to the pillar, like?
Yeah.
Before you guys went in, I said that I was gonna do something with Sybil. She
Yeah.
looks at her sword and she says, "Become the dragon," and you see a hue envelop her. You don't have to have detect empowerment or anything to
Yeah.
see it. There's a hue that covers her whole body that almost looks like dragon scales. And she goes in.
Where was that when we were fighting these weird glimmer things?
She hadn't got her sparkle on, okay? Back off.
This is something she's had, but she hasn't needed to utilize it.
Well, okay, good.
Sparkle,
She knows
sparkle.
what it does.
Yeah. We can't let Sybil have all the fun.
So, anyhow, said you couldn't leave well enough alone. Why? Why Whetstone? It's so important.
You really think you have time to be asking questions right now?
Yeah. For one thing, you're a heretic and you need to go
This
down.
is the bad guy monologuing, okay?
I
They
know.
always like to
Doesn't make
monologue.
sense.
Yeah, you're a heretic and you need to go down.
And
Try.
hush falls over
And
the
he like takes his hand down
Once
to
they
his
roll
side,
Yeah.
and you see him go, ah, ah, and you see his like eyes flash red. He's like,
3d6. There.
clever group. And you see you see his form start lifting off of the ground, and he begins to levitate up into the
Saw
air.
this in Zelda.
And that's what we'll pick up next week.
Okay, alright.
So
All the sparkly
it seems
people.
like those rings already had an effect.
Yeah, well, as soon as we saw their worth, no, as long as like you guys were talking about, you have to wear them because you're a believer or not.
Never
But they're-
underestimate.
You don't even have to wear them. You can just have them on your belt.
I thought about it, but you know what better way to rub it in his face and to see him? If he, yeah, exactly. Because someone did that to me.